Hello and welcome to the Acuta AOSC Super Series live on Apex Racing TV and live on the iRacing Esports Network. My name is Sam Fitzpatrick and alongside me is Matthew Norris with Scott Newton today controlling the cameras. We're here for round 13 of this Season 8 Imola today and we're in for 650 kilometers of action. Nori, it's fantastic to have you in the box for the first time for the season. I think it's a pretty good race to start off with. These endurance so far this season have probably been the highlights of the season in this Imola circuit. Despite not being an obvious choice for an endurance meeting, I think it should be a lot of fun for us and a lot of fun for the drivers.
Yeah, g'day Sam and g'day everyone at home watching. Yeah, it's a fantastic event to be at with Imola, and with the endurance races, they're always fantastic fun to be a part of. So it's no better way to spend a Friday evening curled up watching a bit of iRacing AOSC action.
Absolutely. Hopefully you'll be enjoying it at home or wherever you are. Yeah, like I said, 650 kilometers of action, so it should be about a 4-hour race we got in today. So certainly, I'm sure if you start watching it, you'll be absolutely gripped and watch throughout. It should be a fantastic evening of racing. Thanks to all the sponsors, of course, in this championship and everyone who helps out with this series. Acuta Solutions, of course, the title sponsor, who provide rigging hardware and safety equipment. Next Level Racing work on racing and flight cockpits. Abruzzi Raceware provide custom sim racing and real racing gear, motoring simulations. You have VR racing centres across Australia. Knight Rider Designs, creating personal liveries for drivers and teams. Many of the competitors today using Knight Rider Designs for their liveries. Wolf Graphics, providing personalised stickers and signs. Sam Blacklock Media, who does the race highlight photos, and you can see them on the AOSC Facebook page after the race is complete, and also Race Management Service for helping out the live race control and setting up the sessions, all that type of stuff. But we are currently in a 30-minute qualifying session. We've got, I think, about 6 minutes left of this qualifying session. We'll then jump into the race. Standing starts, of course, and this is a team event, of course, today. At the moment, on pole position is the 088 car at the moment, Nori. They have won, I believe, 3 out of the 4 endurance meetings we've had so far this season. James Scott, in particular, has been on absolute fire so far this season. And once again, they're looking very strong today.
Yeah, James Scott teaming up with Brady Myers in the 88 Altus Esports car. That's a change from last week. So, yeah, they're going to be in for a stellar run tonight. 2 fast guys in that car.
Yeah, they're going to be tricky to beat, as actually I think we're going to show the points up as well, and that is the lead that James Scott has got. It was a little bit in question after Bellar when he had an engine failure with a couple of laps to go, whether or not he'd win this championship, but ever since then he's got 2 pole position, 2 wins, 2 comfortable wins really for James Scott, so he's been able to open up that gap once again. Jordan Ross still in second place. Harley Haber, after a struggling few rounds, United Esports did win the last endurance meeting we got, and also they came very close to winning at Montreal as well. So they should be very strong, but Haber having a couple of struggling rounds recently, so he's probably out of the championship hunt. Carl Stokes there in 4th place. Andrew Gilliam is effectively in 2nd place, we believe, when you take into consideration the job scores. But he's got to be absolutely exceptional, him and Pursuit Sim Racing, if he is going to get anywhere near James Scott for the title. Marlon McMullen, James McKee, Tom Freer, Michael Tayanchich and Adam Briggs rounding out the top 10 there. So plenty of competitive drivers. A little bit further down the order as well, you can see Forza and El Nabi there in 22nd place, only doing the team races on the most part, El Nabi this season, but they'll be very strong today. I was asking this to Daniel last week, Noi, about how whether or not James Scott's attitude to these races would change at all. Whether he'd think, well, I don't need to win these races. I'm quite happy with just finishing, 2nd, 3rd, 4th or whatever. Or whether he would still be just as determined for these race wins to finish off the season. What do you think his attitude will be going into this round?
I think James is a through and through racer. If he thinks I'm just going to take it easy, he's not doing his job right. He definitely needs the attitude of go out, win every single race he can, and get every single possible point on that board. Yeah, if he's thinking about backing down, he should think about his resignation.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, and the thing is, he can afford probably one retirement. I think the Jazz get 2 job scores in this series, and he's so far got 1 retirement. Apart from that, he's finished in the top 5, I think, every single round of the championship. So, I mean,
Yeah.
if he did have another poor round, then his next job score would not be too bad. So, James Scott, and he's driving very well so far. So, for United Esports, you can see, or Sim Sports, apologies. Very close, by the way, thanks to Krysek. New microphone? Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Apologies for the few weeks of poor microphones, but should be a little bit better now. DPR Racing, we are currently watching. We've currently got 10 more, 1 minute and 10 seconds left of qualifying. The drivers can complete the lap that they start, so these drivers will be able to complete their lap time, but I doubt they'll be able to get round to do another lap. And yeah, currently we've still got the majority of the drivers still the top 3 in the standings still out on circuit. We've also got Brad Ryan out on track for One Performance Racing, United Sim Sports, the 8th place car at the moment, there's 27 out there as well. So still plenty of opportunities for drivers to move up through the order. John Latham is currently driving pretty well in the Middle Finger Racing Cup. A few green sectors for him at the moment, as we see Jack Boyd approaching the line. This is just a preparation lap as he starts his final attempt in this qualifying session.
So he's running real late there, but he's definitely got to cross the line in time. So he's going to have a few minutes, well, a minute 41 to be exact, to get the job done.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty quick. But as long as it's a good time for him, it should be okay. The checker flag is out for the drivers. You can see a lot of yellow sectors. So the drivers struggling to improve at the moment, and a few of the drivers setting slower lap times, and they haven't got round quick enough, I think, to start a new lap time. So they're just about missed it. Greg Sharp is improving. And 28th place, SSF Penrite Racing, but he's one of the few at the moment. Kenneth Latter, could he maybe move up through the order? But apart from that, pretty underwhelming. Andrew Gilliam, I think, is improving for Pursuit Sim Racing 1 as well. Here he is. A couple of green sectors so far. He might have a chance, although apparently this is his outlap though. So I guess this will not count for him. So at the moment, no changes at the front of the stands. What can Greg Sharp do though? This lap might be good enough to promote him up into the top 20. Only needs to improve by about half a second to achieve that aim. As he approaches the line now. And for Greg Sharp, it is an improvement, but not a whole lot faster. He's up to 27.
Only a slight improvement. Is going to need a lot more than that, but he hasn't got the time, so he's stuck in 27th. It's going to be, but it is an endurance race, so they're not going to have so much pressure on qualifying. It's just going to keep you out of that first couple of laps carnage.
Definitely, and you don't want to be in that midfield because that's where incidents can happen. And this is a really tricky first corner as well. We often see drivers even skating across. Often you can get a lot of contact on the run down to turn 1, and kind of skating across the grass and smashing into other drivers. Brady Myers crosses the line. That's not an improvement. Stays on pole position though. Looks like it'll be good enough for him. Down lob, a lot of yellow sectors here for lob, and it's not an improvement for DPR Racing 3. So maybe this is just the track getting a bit warmer, maybe getting a little bit slicker, because usually we see these best times coming in right at the end of the session, but today seemingly not a whole lot of improvements.
No, they seem to have maximised all their qualifying speed at the beginning of the session and just sort of trickled through the time as it went down. But it's a few interesting names at the front end, so it should be a good race.
Definitely. I wonder if you get the weather actually up on screen. We know it's pretty warm today. There it is. 26 degrees air temperature, which isn't too bad, but 46-degree track temperature. And with it being 2 in the afternoon, the track was probably warming up. as the session goes on. However, now it's down to 40 degrees. I think that just 42. It's going absolutely crazy right now in the iRacing universe when it comes to track temperature. But I'm sure it will settle down in a bit. So I believe we can go through your grid. Remember, standing start for this race is going to be a very problematic start, potentially, for this round 13 of the season. There they are. Logitech G Altus Esports on pole position. United Sim Sports, the only other team to win endurance so far this season, in second place. GRM Endurostar in third. Then it's Pursuit Sim Racing, One Performance Racing, Pursuit Sim Racing, Synergy Sim Racing, United Sim Sports, and DPR Racing and ANZ Motorsports. So I believe improved very late on in that session and move up into 10th place. Then it Astro Gaming Altus Esports and Zuba Racing, Premier Racing Team. They got a podium at Barcelona in the last enduro, so watch out for them. From 18th on the grid as well, so they're starting further up today. Synergy Sim Racing, ERT26, DPR Racing, High Torque Racing, KRF the driver's seat, Fastlane Esports 1, Bad Life Choices Racing, I believe a new team for Kenneth Latter, which is a fantastic name. And the other teams will go through for you now. We're not going to beat that one. So all 44 teams, I'm seeing, maybe 43 teams. We'll go through the screen for you. Another fantastic turnout for this championship. We've had this turnout for every round of the season so far. It's fantastic how the Jazz have stuck with it. One more endurance round of the championship to go at Bathurst to round out the season, but this is the final one for now. So James Scott has just taken to the grid for Logitech G Altus Esports. He is going for his 4th endurance win of the season. Can he do it? The 5 lights are on, and 4 hours of racing, 650 kilometers, is underway at Imola. Good start for a few of the drivers further down the order. Fantastic start for one of the drivers on the inside of the track. However, James Scott for Logitech G Altus Esports has held on to the lead going into the opening corner. Any pressure from United Sim Sports? Not at the moment. No changes in the top 6 places. However, they all get a little bit convoluted a little bit further down. Taliancic moving up a place up into 3rd position, so he will be very pleased about that one as they cycle through Vilna for the first time. The top 2 sprinting away already.
They've taken a great lead out there, and they're just battling within themselves and amongst themselves, whilst the rest of the battle pack has to find its way through.
So Tajancic making that move stick then for 3rd place. Johnston almost losing out to Ryan in the battle between GIM and One Performance Racing. There was, I think it was Zachary Hanlon for Astro Gaming Altus. He got an awesome start on the inside of the track from a few rows back, but he's up 2 places so far. No massive change. Sean Thompson for KRF and Jersey up 4 places. Also Carl Stokes for Synergy Sim Racing going from 7th place down to 19th in these early stages. You can see they're still very close. It's typically to go side by side around this Imola circuit. Very narrow circuit, one of the narrowest circuits we visit all season long. But everyone's done a pretty good job. I'm not seeing too many off tracks so far for drivers.
Oh, safety car.
Oh, safety car deployed. Okay, that was a curse. And safety car is deployed. That could be for Matthew Deere for the KRF Motorsports, currently down 39th place. Shame for them.
Yeah, that's a rather early safety car. I'm really interested to see why that one's come up.
As we're going to get a idea of what happened here then. So it's down into Acqua Minerale. Just a spin round. Oh dear,
yep,
not
that'll
the
do
roof. Dear
Yeah, they go better with 4 wheels on the ground.
It's not going to be a whole lot of traction there. And there's not really anywhere unless you get a helping hand from one of your teammates to get back on the right side.
Yeah, that's an awkward tangle, that one. It's a difficult corner to get right, so if you find yourself on the inside of someone, it's understandable how you could get them turned.
So, not sure. I don't think this is really going to benefit anyone. Maybe it might harm Logitech G Altus Esports and United Sim Sports because they had built up a couple of seconds of lead straight away. There is the safety car waiting to pick up these drivers, and that will happen pretty soon. So yeah, everyone will queue up behind. We should have a couple of laps behind the safety car. I mean, what could you do in this situation? Is there any kind of strategy decisions that you could pull off? Maybe put a bit of extra fuel in the car, put new tyres on, change drivers, or do we expect to see just everyone staying out under this pace car?
If you're really clever, you'll stay out and you'll save some fuel. It's only a lap, if that. I mean, if we get 2 laps on the safety car, it'd be good. But you only really get a marginal increase in fuel. It's not really worth it. But yeah, everyone will stay out. If they change, they're bold.
They certainly are. And of course, remember, the drivers do get a couple of fast repairs in these endurance meetings. Yeah, 2 fast repairs. So they need to. Anyone who has to take back to the pits from a safety car should be able to get back out on circuit quite soon, and everyone is staying out as we expected. By the way, we did predict earlier on, just before the broadcast went live, how many safety cars there'd be. I think I went for 4. Scott Neaton, the optimist that he is, went for 2. I'm not sure what you went for, Nori, actually. How many safety cars did you go for?
I went for 3. I was the happy middleman.
Okay. Well, it's looking good for us at the moment, isn't it? I wouldn't want to be Scott right now.
Yeah, well, you'd be biting your nails. But yeah, I'm hoping no one else decides to turn anyone down at turn 10. That might be a bit awkward.
Well, safety cars do breed safety cars, and the field was so close there, kind of resulting in that safety car. But it was a bit of a freak accident. Don't usually see the cars react quite like that, because these cars still using the old damage model. That might have something to do with it as well, because yeah, that was a very strange incident just coming out of Acuta, as you can see how close Ali Haber is getting to the back of James Scott. These two have probably been, I think, also with Andrew Gilliam, to be fair. Gilliam's got a couple of race wins, and Scott with probably about 8 by now, and Haber with a couple. It's been a fantastic rivalry. I'd say the rivalry of the season, this Scott versus Haber. It'd be fantastic if these guys once again battled out for the race win.
I think given the early pace, we'll definitely see them fighting it out all night. It's just a matter of making sure their teammates can hand the car over to them in the same spot they left it in. So they should be in for a really fantastic battle.
Of course, there is Michael Taniacic, the gainer, the only gainer out of the top 6 places for Pursuit Sim Racing. Got past the GIM Enduro car, I believe down into the hairpin on the opening lap. Was a pretty bold move from Taniacic, who usually, well, I mean, Pursuit Sim Racing always do really well in these Enduros. The 777 car have got a couple of podiums, I believe, so far this season in these Enduros, and usually they're not at this high up on the qualifying grid, so could be very positive for them. You can see the other changes. ERT 26 with a pretty good start for themselves. KF the driver's seat as well, 4 places in GIM. Gone Rogue Motorsports up 4 places. So let's see if there's any changes as well at the start of this restart as well. It's tricky to overtake around a similar circuit. If you are going to overtake, this is perhaps your best opportunity. James Scott backing up the order. The tyres are going to be very, very cold. James Scott knows that he's pretty good on cold tyres. Perhaps why he is backing up the order so much. We saw this exact tactic at Road Atlanta. He spoke us through it, and it works well for him back then. So James Scott then for Logitech G Altus Esports, holding back the order. We will execute the reverse. So Haber is all over the back of him. We are getting back underway. Going to start lap 4 of this race at Imola in the Acuta AOSC Super Series. We're back racing again under green flag. Scott gets the jump. It wasn't a massive jump over Haber, but he should be fine going into turn 1. Johnston is straight away under pressure from Ryan. That's the battle between GIM and One Performance. Is there any way through for the One Performance car? He sticks his nose down the inside into turn 1. Oh. They have to leave room for one another. Fortunately, there's no contact, and in the end, they are going to lose a little bit of time. Fortunately, they weren't under too too much pressure. Just behind them, I believe David Kimmond has lost a couple of places for Pursuit Sim Racing, jumping behind United Sim Sports and DPR Racing. And now Kimmond might lose another place here. There's almost contact the second part of Villeneuve, and now the 24 that was attacking of ANZ Motorsports under pressure themselves. Premier Racing Team also trying to crop it at the moment, trying to move up into the top 10 places after their podium they got last time out at Barcelona. However, I don't think they are going to quite be able to make that move into Pelotada, and stays behind us, Brian Borg, on this occasion. So Scott still leading the way ahead of Haber, Logitech G out to C Sports and United Sim Sports, and once again they've opened up a 1.7 second gap. Maybe Tanya is just struggling to warm up those tyres. Usually pretty good on lasting the tyres, maybe struggling warming them up, as Andrew Dyson has made a mistake for DPR Racing. I believe they were in 5th place, and that is a crucial mistake there. Maybe on cold tyres once again, and the 72 drops down 20 odd places right there.
Yeah, that's a massive lose for Andrew Dyson and DPR Racing. That is not what you want to do this early on in a race. It might be early on, but it's still not what you want to do.
I think he's oh well, it was kind of the curb, I think, down Saturday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
116 and the 42, by the way, that's a racing incident. That was the safety car caused. And
yeah, he just tripped up on the curb there. That wasn't very pleasant.
It wasn't the worst mistake. It wasn't totally obvious, as I think he's dropped back even further. He's down to 27th. I think it was only 24th. We saw him spin the first time, so be another mistake down at Muratsa. The track is warm, but still clearly on this opening lap the tyres are quite cool. You've got to be so patient. You've got to think of the long game, but Dyson at least does seem to have some pace now. He's right onto the back of the SSF Penrose racing car. Has Zachary Hannon gained another place? I think that was just after the spin we saw previously. So he's in 7th place now. It's the Astro Gaming Alta C Sports car, 4 places now from their start, and still David Kimmond dropping down the order. He's down 2 places from his start, and he's still got Kobe Jones right on his tail. As Darren Locke is now dropping down.
Yeah, that's not going to be helpful. Was he assisted there? I didn't see that.
Well, we saw a DPR car making that mistake last time on the last lap, and he swapped positions once again. Here it was. I wonder if it's going to be exactly the same. It is exactly the same.
Same thing. Maybe it's something in their cars, how they're set up, but they should ride the curbs better than that.
Sure, they've done hours upon hours of practice, but you just can't predict what's going to happen in these races. And DPR dropping down the order with a couple of their cars straight away. Brian Borg's actually lost a place now to Thomas Hines. Thomas Hines up into 10th place for Zuva Racing Team.
Yeah, they've moved 2 up from their grid position, and they're moving forward. So that's always what you need to do early on in the race, as it's finding
Entrich, Pursuit Sim Racing. Are they going to lose this position side by side with one performance? We've seen these guys side by side already, and this would be a superb move going into Agua Minerale if he could pull this off Brad Ryan. Talia Entrich tries to stick around the outside, that's not going to happen, and Brad Ryan moves up back into 3rd place.
That's a gain there. Michael's going to have to pull his finger out if he wants to get that one back.
Look how far behind they're 6.5 seconds off the lead, and we've only had this is only the 3rd lap in green flag conditions. They're so much slower at the moment. To be fair, that last lap time wasn't a whole lot so well. Talianchis was 1.8 seconds slower on that last lap, but really struggling in these early stages. Should have plenty of time to recover, but just not being the confidence as you see the 3rd place car sprinting away from him already.
Yeah, you're not going to want to be 6 seconds back from the leaders, but then we could just see James and Harley push themselves out at the front. and maybe make mistakes, but they've definitely got to, you know, the rest of the field's definitely got to catch up to them if they want any chance at having a crack at a win.
I think we may have had a change of place between Hines and Jones. Thomas Hines has got ahead of Jones, then up into 9th place. Azuba Racing as Premier Racing Team are also battling right now, very tight into Villeneuve. And they have stayed behind, I believe, on that occasion. Scott Gamble as well, very close. Here comes Premier Racing Team again, though, on the 71 car. Apologies, this is just Premier Racing Team defending from ANZ Motorsports. And they have got ahead then, up into 10th place now.
You're going to want to hold their elbows out wide, because that looks like an angry battle pack behind. They're going to have their work cut out for them if they're going to hold that position.
I mean, usually I'd be saying at this point, you know, don't fight, guys, probably just work together, but track position is so important around this track as we see another move then, and ANZ are struggling right now. Kobe Jones, I believe, losing 4th place just on this lap as we got a big crash, and I think that's going to be another car on its roof. Kenneth Latzer, Jack Widders, and Scott Nolan all involved in that High Torque Racing Synergy Sim Racing. And lots of, yeah, and was Jordan Ross involved in that potentially? As we see the replay, and side by side into this corner very rarely works. I think it was Scott Nolan going down the inside. His rival stuck in there though, and a little bit of contact further behind. And fortunately, we didn't have another car on its roof.
Yeah, no, he was assisted into that. That's never going to help. And there'll probably be a penalty pay for that one. It seems like it could have been avoided.
Yeah, I think so. So that is a big setback for the teams. High Torque Racing, perhaps the biggest losers out in all of that. But yeah, Scott Nolan also losing about 16 places right there. Javier Simmons has gone off the track, by the way, 42, quite far down the order. Just a bit concerned that we might get a safety car, but Simmons seems to be back going again. This is how it happened.
Okay, so there's a drive-through for 202. That's Jack Widders not leaving racing room. That's going to hurt their chances of having a good run today.
Yeah, so already dropping back because of that incident, and then similarly being blamed for it as well. Real shame for Widders. So Scott actually, we're now with the 2-second lead, by the way, out in the lead. As I think, apologies, I don't think there has been a move. Maybe Thomas Hines has got past David Kimmett, the Zuba Racing Team. I think that may have been a move for 8 place, but there is Scott, and he's got 2.5 seconds ahead of Habe on that last lap. Opened up the gap by about half a tenth of a second. They are pretty evenly matched, but we have not seen this level of dominance in any of the rounds. I mean, I'm talking team rounds and solo rounds. For two drivers to be so far ahead of the rest of the order is quite unusual in this championship. Brad Ryan in 3rd place, not really dropping Talianchich at the moment. One Performance Racing ahead of Pursuit Sim Racing, and then we have got GRM, Enduro, United Sim Sports, Astro Gaming, Zuba Racing, and Pursuit Sim Racing Premier Racing Team rounding out the top 10. But Scott looking in very comfortable at the moment. This top 2, the only drivers in the 43s.
Yeah, if it was something in the cars, you'd notice their teammates would be up there as well. But it's just James and Harley, so it's just them pushing the envelope, and that's a hell of a margin they've got worked out there.
Dame Baird reminding us on the YouTube chat to plug the socials. So do check out Apex Racing TV on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Some stuff on there. You'll probably see a little bit of a rundown of what's happened today in today's series. And of course, do subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network. Plenty of action coming up every hour of the day. I mean, sometimes there's multiple streams, I think, at any one time. So it's absolutely jam-packed as the Esports Network. So certainly do check that out, and please do check out Apex Racing TV as well. So we are on board right now with Zachary Hanlon. Was that a little bit of lifting and coasting? That seemed very early on the brakes.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't say he's lifting and coasting just yet, but it did seem a little lift and coasty, so maybe he's just trying to eke out a little bit of fuel every lap to make a number. Trying to see if I can see if he's doing it again. No, he went full on to the braking marker there, so it doesn't look like he's actually trying to save just yet, but it's definitely something all our competitors are going to be wanting to try as they can, as their teammates jump in the cars as well. They'll want to be finding if they can save that little bit of fuel, if they can make the distance last, because every bit of fuel you can save over your competitor is fuel in the hand that you don't need to take at the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in these races, we often see a difference when it comes to strategy. Would you just fill the tank right up for all the pit stops and then just take a little bit of fuel at the end to finish off the race, or would you try to even out all the stints across the event?
You've got the benefit of both options, but if you do take the sort of fill it up and send it every time, it's going to minimise your last stop to the end. But yeah, some of our competitors are going to be wanting to change that up, and they're going to be wanting to scare some of their rivals as we move through the course of the evening. So it's definitely going to be interesting to watch how everyone's strategy plays out.
Yeah, we're expecting pit stops maybe on the 50-minute mark, I guess. This race almost certainly going to be limited by time. So kind of got to work out, and the drivers as well, got to work out how many laps there's actually going to be in this race, because it's unlikely that we're going to get to 137. Probably going to be capped by the 4-hour time limit, as Kenneth Latta for Bad Life Choices. That was a good choice there to make the move on Fast Lane Esports, who started alongside one another on the grid up into 19th place after a poor start actually for Kenneth Latta. You can see a little bit of damage on that car. Must have picked that up in the early stages. But he's driving much better now, and Bad Life Choices up into 19th. Next up for them is DPR of Daniel Misdale in 18th.
Yeah, they're going to want to sort themselves out. I just had a lapelling timing screen. Nothing to be alarmed about.
So these guys are 27 seconds off the lead. They don't want to drop a lap down in this race. I mean, that's one of the most important things with this, the fact that we've got safety cars. The one who has run in kind of safety type car type leads. I mean, even on ovals, I think it's applicable. Of course, we don't have the lucky dog in this, but it's the same type of thing. You want to be on the lead lap so that if there is a pacer car, then you get back in the lead lap chain. And currently these guys are jumping back so fast that we're probably we've only been racing for about 8 laps so far. So if they're already half a minute behind, it's only going to take them another 20 laps or so to drop a lap down, and that'll be in the first stint. So those guys need to hope that the front runners start slowing down a little bit, because Logitech and United Sim Sports absolutely flying out there. Here comes Premier Racing Team. On Pursuit Sim Racing, there goes Brian Borg. Simple move for the car number 1 to move up into 9th place, and that move has been coming for a while. David Kimman now up down 4 places for Pursuit Sim Racing, and it might be down 5 places because there goes Scott Gamble for ERT 26, and he makes the move into Villeneuve, and there's a lot of other drivers where that came from. Kimman just not with the confidence right now.
It's all a bit of a take a number, and then you can pass at your own leisure, because that's just... They're just losing spots there. They should be moving faster than that.
Here's a replay of how it happened. Much overspeed for Brian Borg. This was very promising for him. No defence being put up by Kimmond. Once you got your car on the inside, in these V8 supercars at least, maybe in single seaters you can run side by side through there, but supercars are so tricky to control. They're very kind of clumsy in their movement. That's going side by side there. It's very risky to try to do. Undoubtedly, we'll see some big incidents down at that first chicane because that can be very tricky. Look at this train of cars. This is one seat from all the way from Premier Racing Team in 9th down to take Tanks SRT in 17th.
Yeah, it's an angry battle pack, and there's going to be a few drivers in there that want to get some moves done. Like, GRM.
GM seemingly a little bit too far back, I think, to go for the move into turn 1. As Premier Racing Team, I think, defending, aren't they, down into turn 1? They haven't been able to pull away. Lock up as well for Pursuit Sim Racing. That might put a little bit of pressure on them as well. Here comes ANZ, who were running up in the top 10 earlier on, but they've suffered a bit as well. Fantastic livery, though, at least on that machine. Fantastic liveries on all of these cars. Absolutely fantastic job the designers from each of the teams do. As a Premier Racing Team wise again. They're passing so much. I almost feel as though Premier Racing Team and ERT are faster than Pursuit Sim Racing and could start pulling away, but they're fighting so much that they're just losing each other time, and they're now 3.5 seconds behind Zuba Racing Team as well in 8th. On that last lap, they lost 2 seconds as well to Zuba Racing Team. In fact, they lost 3 seconds to the race leaders. That's a little bit of a shove as well, and they're getting closer and closer on this battle. This is remarkable. DPR Racing as well in 18th, catching up to this big pack.
Yeah, there's definitely some bumping going on in that battle pack. I mean, the angry pack behind them is just angry. They would just want to get ahead of them, but they're slowing each other up and letting that gap to Zuba just extend by the second. So they're going to want to stop battling and start racing pretty quickly, because otherwise you're going to get those likes of the cars behind moving on through.
And yeah, look at those sector times. Heinz versus Borg, a bit in every sector. And this is costing them bad right now. And this might be the opportunity actually for ERT 26. It might be best actually for Premier Racing Team to let these guys go. And I think that is what they are going to do. Scott Gamble moves up into 9th place, and now Premier Racing Team, Brian Borg will be hoping they can kind of just follow in the slipstream and start pulling away from this big pack, as we see Christian Smart without a rear wing and without a boot as well. If he's still done any of his shopping, it'll be littered around this Imola circuit. You can see he did have the back of his car, but he's been absolutely pummeled, I think, going into this corner. Well, it's not pummeled to be honest, but it's a tap.
I think his friend asked if he could just take his boot for a lap or two, and that's what's happened there, because it didn't look too bad at all.
I think it was Andrew Dyson then in the 72 DPR racing car. And yeah, Smart, there was such a Constantine effect, wasn't it? It really caught out. I'm not sure if that's worthy of a penalty, but we'll see.
It looks worse on the onboard than it did on the faraway camera. But yes, now with KRF the driver's seat there. Yep. There's a bit of a slip there. And Dyson will be wanting to get through on this one. That'll be pretty easy for him.
Cut back into it. That's a lovely move. Lock up for and there's contact quarter panel. Whoa. And almost kind of got shoved off a little bit there. I wonder if the stewards will have a look at that one as well. So we have got a pit stop for ANZ Motorsports. That is very early. We don't believe that is a penalty. It certainly hasn't come up on our screens.
No, nothing as yet.
Bad Life Choice up into 16th now.
That's a fantastic team name.
Not sure how marketable it is, but we'll see. We'll see. I also don't see a livery on them. I don't think they do have a livery. So I don't really know what's going on at the moment with that team with Ken Flatzer at the wheel, but no, certainly a nice name. Well done.
That was a bad life choice right there, not going to Knight Rider Designs and grabbing a livery off him. So
Absolutely.
that's 1 from 1.
Excellent promotion, by the way. Well done. We haven't really checked in on this battle actually. JM Enduro versus Astro Gaming, who actually have got past United Sim Sports quite recently. I believe they are up into 16th place, up 5 places. Exactly, and they're only 1.4 seconds as well behind Pursuit Sim Racing. So Astro Gaming much stronger in the race than they were in qualifying. Get this move done right now. I think we'll have their sights set on the car ahead quite soon.
Yeah, they're going to make some ground, and they're going to have to pull in the gap because it's a bit. Yeah, there's 1.3 back to the car in front of Pursuit, but then Pursuit's just holding station. So whether Michael can defend or whether Damien's going to get them, it's going to be interesting.
SSF Penrite Racing 747 is off the track. There they are, Greg Sharp at the helm, and he's lost a few places. There's a quite big gap, isn't there, between 20th and 21st. Stephen Bargain now in 20th, Matt Devine in 21st. Going for live production esports. That would make more sense. Live production esports. 50 seconds off the lead. Once again, we've been lapping for 13 laps, so they're half a lap down. I don't know if you get the track map up. Just see how many drivers are relatively close to going a lap down. And usually we see in these endurance races probably about 15, 16 cars finishing on the lead lap. Dare I say, I think today we might be down to about 10. Because if we don't get another safety car for another hour or so, which is very possible, I think we're going to have half the order down a lap.
That's the problem the leaders are going to start to face pretty soon as they close around on the back of that pack, is how many drivers are going to be friendly and how many are going to be in the way. Now, a lot of the drivers in AOSC are pretty smart and pretty switched on. They'll know to let the leaders through if they're a slower car. But being an endurance race, you might have some drivers which aren't quite familiar with those at the front and those that are battling. So it might become a little bit tricky to navigate their way through that one, especially when there's almost 6 seconds up on the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's going to be problematic. We always see it, and we've seen it in, I think it was Barcelona, I believe, the safety car that we got back in Barcelona, I think was between a lapped car perhaps and a driver trying to lap them. So that's caused problems so far this season. But you're absolutely right about most drivers in this series are very good when it comes to that. We very rarely get drivers complaining in the interviews afterwards about the lap traffic. Usually it's a little bit of a moot point because yeah, it's not something that affects the drivers too much. So United Sim Sports, yeah, now 6.5 seconds off. James Scott, he continues to just up his level to a new level. And when he won the first 5 races of the season, I believe, or maybe first 4 races of the season, I think was on 6 in a row when you include the races from last season. We thought that was his peak, but dare I say he's got even better since then, because the way that he's winning these races now from pole position is absolutely incredible. So car 72 adjust to car 92. Andrew Dyson is going to have to let past Sean Thompson. That was the incident down at turn 1 we saw with the Concertina, with Thompson losing his rear wing. So that is going to be the decision that they've made, and here is the redress.
Yeah, just gives that back, and then they'll have to go and battle ahead, because yeah, they'll make a nice clean pass next time and make sure they don't come under the radar of the stewards as they fly around for the next couple of laps.
Quite often think of it was Hamilton Raikkonen Spa 08, where Hamilton let the position back past, they overtook him straight away, and I kind of half expect these drivers to do the same thing, but not on that occasion. at least. I think the DPR car though will be able to get past quite quick though because of the damage on the KRF machine.
It does beg the question: how far behind do you have to go to redress? Is it just to the B pillar, or?
I mean, if you can line it up so you kind of get a cutback into off the circuit, there's the 72. But yeah, if you kind of line it up so that you get a cutback for the next corner, it can be an advantage. And now, after that little bit of excursion from the DPR car, Synergy Sim Racing, who are down many places from the start, Jordan Ross, who got an awful start. We didn't quite see what happened to Ross. I assume it was like a slowdown or maybe a brief off track on the opening lap of the race, dropped a load of places, and since then, the Synergy Sim Racing team haven't really made a whole lot of progress back up. Jordan Ross, remember, second place in the championship, has been extremely consistent with his kind of top 20 places. Done a lot better than that, it should be said, and also won a couple of team races. Got on the podium at least back in Spa and Daytona, I believe, in the endurance meetings we had back then. So it's got plenty of points, but at the moment raking in too many points as it stands.
And that's one of the things we haven't covered off with Imola. It's got some really tricky off-track areas, so you're going to be wanting to avoid those where you can, and those slowdowns will definitely come and catch you if you step too far the wrong way. We see, just no move going on there. But yeah, it's definitely one of the catch the car. As Jordan's just giving us a bit of entertainment.
It is remarkable when you ride on board with these guys how they manage to deal with this every lap. It's a bit like the reminds me a bit of the LMP1s, and it's completely different of course. But the LMP1s, when they're diving in and out of the GTE cars and making moves where the margin for error is very small, and they're having to dive in and out, and they do that for 24 hours. And it's the same with these cars, how they're constantly sliding, they're constantly on the edge, and you see a couple of caught saves within a lap. And yeah, over the course of 4 hours, these drivers do a remarkably good job at not losing the car, at not making a large mistake. A few criticisms of iRacing recently about the sliding on with the tyres, especially when it comes to the GT cars. But I think on the supercars, it is that much more easier to save the car when you do get a little bit of a slide on. So it is a bit more possible for the drivers to have that flamboyant driving style.
It's definitely more noticeable because the car is so overweight and so under-tired. It's just there's so much more notice there given to the fact that it will slide, and you've got to be able to catch that slide if you want to make any real pace out of the thing.
So that big pack that we saw earlier on from about 12th place down to, as John Ross has got past Sean Thompson now. There he goes. So Thompson has lost who let past Thompson? It was Andrew Dyson, wasn't it? Of course, in 15th place for DPR Racing.
Yep.
So of course Dyson got back past, and now Ross moves past as well. Still a very clean car, at least for Ross, so he doesn't have to use one of his fast repairs at the next pit stop. We are probably about a quarter of an hour away from the first few pit stops. The only drivers who we've seen come into the pit so far are Kobe Jones for ANZ Motorsports. We've also seen Javier, the car number 2, Javier Simmons for Fast Lane Esports, also Fishy Motorsports, PR837 and Fast Lane Esports. So if you're a supporter of any of those teams, that's a little bit of an explanation why they're a bit further down. A few fast pairs as well. You can see High Torque Racing and KRF Motorsports out of the race at the moment. We also had plenty of teams who didn't take the start. We know the reason for one of the teams, and we will not go into the ins and outs of that one. But a few teams not taking the start, which is a little bit strange, but sure, there's an explanation. GIM Enduro still doing a great job at holding back Astrid Gaming Altus. They are coming up now to the back of Pursuit Sim Racing. Taylor Anchich, who usually gets stronger and stronger as the stint goes on, but just hasn't happened for him at the moment. He's now 21 seconds off the lead, and 9 seconds off One Performance Racing, who they qualified or they got ahead of at the start. So strange.
So maybe the car's set up for Andrew Gillingham, and maybe that's why Michael's not having a real good crack at this. But yeah, he should be getting stronger in the stint as traditionally he always does. So I'm a bit surprised to see why he's not. I mean, he's still successful in fourth, but not as successful as he could be.
Yeah. And yeah, so then now 22 seconds off the lead. The pace difference has kind of shrunk, I think, as this race has gone on. James Scott not pulling away from Harley Haber as much as he was earlier on. That gap maintained about 7 seconds. And One Performance Racing driving pretty well as well in third, matching the race leaders on pace. But everyone else is quite a bit slower. On that last lap, Scott with a 42.88, Talianchis with a 45.46, 1.5 seconds slower. And that gap to the car behind, it's just edging down. That's painful to see when it's in every single sector as well. And there's a bunch of them catching up. And Nick Cummings at the rear of this battle. Let's see what the lap times are this time. Once again, Scott with a superb lap time that time, 43.62. Talianchis with a 44.78, so better there for Pursuit Sim Racing, but still not fantastic.
Yeah, it was a 44.27 for Nick and a 44.6 for Thomas Hinn. So it's a few of them closing that gap down.
That's Tanked SRT, Rob Bowden aboard that car in 12th place. He's got past Christian Smart. Both of these guys up many places. Smart we also saw had an off earlier on in this race, cutting the chicane, the first chicane I think at one point, so it's remarkable that Christian is doing quite so well at the moment. Javier Simmons, by the way, having another off check, having a struggling day. Right now is Javier, but I think he is back onto circuit. The Tanked SRT now up into 12th place, and this big battle starting to form up again a little bit now. We've got Christian Smart doing a 45.97 on that last lap, and everyone else behind him in the 44s, so he's got quite a few behind him of Latzo and Dyson and Ross, all drivers who we know ought to be further up the order.
Yeah, you'll notice this as the race goes on, that we get more and more of these battle packs start to form and dissipate. As the pace wears off and some of the drivers change in and out of the cars, you'll notice that they'll be battling people they're not normally familiar with, and some people will have different strengths around this Imola circuit. So it's going to be interesting to see, as these battle packs grow, who's going to find their way through and not cause any damage.
Keep those fast repairs if you possibly can, because if you do pick up a bit of damage, then it's going to cost you for the rest of the stint. So yeah, gotta get your way up through the order cleanly. KF the driver's seat into the pit, Sean Thompson. He did lose his rear wing, so he's coming in as early as he possibly can, I think, to still make maybe a 5-stop work. A little bit more on that later on, because we're not even sure how many laps there's going to be in this race, but once we get to the hour mark, we should have a better idea, I think. Also, the track temperature, I guess, is cooling down a little bit. I don't know if we could get that back up. Okay, it started off at 42 degrees. It's actually up to 44 now, so it has increased a bit, but now nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, should just get cooler and cooler now to the end of the race. 26 degrees air temperature, and nice and sunny, one of the most picturesque circuits we have on all of iRacing. One of the most consuming, I think, to the graphics as well. There's a lot of trackside scenery we have around this circuit. A lot of stuff that iRacing wanted to model. We're very pleased that they have done, but remember when this place was released, it's caused a few issues for the drivers, especially down the pit straight, but I don't think it's quite as bad anymore.
Yeah, definitely as they get further and further into the build with some of these things, they notice some things and change how they're released. But yeah, I remember Imola being quite the graphics intensive circuit. Now we just see it as just a regular circuit on the map. There's nothing too intensive about it now. the only thing intense is about this battle pack which is forming.
Yeah. Unclear what circuits are going to be coming to iRacing in the near future. Hopefully, certainly for the Aussie community, I mean for everyone, because there's some awesome Aussie circuits. CNG Sim Racing with Jordan Ross coming to the pits. We'll be bidding for a bit of clean air. Hopefully we'll see an Aussie circuit. Any news on that? Because I've heard a few rumours of different circuits of what Aussie circuits there could be, but really nothing's been hinted at by iRacing, I think.
Yeah, I think we're going to be waiting for a long time till we hear any new tracks coming from iRacing down under. There's a few that I would love to see if they're anywhere near the Gold Coast and want to do the Service Paradise Street circuit. Definitely.
Oh yeah.
Stop in and do that one. That is a class act.
Yeah, one of my favourite circuits in the entire world. That. Yeah, absolutely awesome. A little bit of a shame with the little modification they made, I believe, with the railway. How they had to kind of cut a little bit of the circuit out, but apart from that, it's still absolutely superb. CNG Sim Racing have popped to the top of the standings, so that's due to a tow. Carl Stokes recently coming into the pits, and that's a strange one. So I don't know if we can maybe get a replay of, or maybe Arco try to find it. No, he's back out on circuit now. Maybe that's just a weird thing with this circuit. Maybe he stopped right on the start-finish line. Caused a little bit of an issue to our timing system, because he is back up and running again. 36 seconds stationary. But for a moment, it showed him as the race leader, which was quite odd. And completing one more lap than he has done. But there he is in 31st place. Didn't lose any extra time. So he is now a lap down, though, on the leaders. But Carl Stokes should be very quick now for a bit. Expect him to undercut a few drivers who he was sitting behind.
Yeah, he's definitely having his work set out for him. Anyone down that end of the grid, as we go looking for Christian Smart, anyone down that back end of the grid is definitely going to have their work cut out for them when James and Harley definitely make their way round and attack the back of them, trying to get through and get another lap on them.
So
the track map, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, where did Stokes come out? So he came out behind. Oh, you know what? It's not too bad for Stokes. So he's between Haber and Ryan. So second and third. I was thinking if he came out, say, behind Pursuit Sim Racing in fourth, I'm pretty sure Stokes will be faster than fourth, fifth, and sixth. But he's kind of between second and third, so I think he'll just stay here now. I don't think he'll have the pace to overtake United Sim Sports. Well, you will keep an eye out on those times, though, because that's something that Haber doesn't really want to have to deal with. He will be coming into the pits pretty soon anyway, to be fair. But watch out for that one.
Couldn't imagine they'll be hanging on too long. They've got the fuel tank. They've got to be watching that, because there's going to be a few laps remaining, I think, before they're going to be coming into their stops. So it should start to give that timing board a bit of a shuffle up when things start happening out there on the pit lane.
You can just see on the timing on the track map how James Scott for Logitech G Altus Esports is catching up to one back marker, and then there's a few more a little bit further ahead. Would this be a good time for him to come into the pits to avoid that traffic, or would you just say go as long into the stint as possible and make sure that you get the best fuel strategy? I mean, what would your thinking be there?
Well, you look at the front ahead of him, there's a great big battle pack, and then you look behind him and there's a great big battle pack there. So it's sort of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Do you go in and try and undercut, or do you wait and still end up back in the pack anyway when everyone else completes their stops?
So we're on lap 26 of this race. If we are going to get all the laps in, then by the hour mark, we are going to need 34 laps completed. So yeah, we're 8 more laps. 8 more laps will take about 12. Yeah, I guess we won't be too far off. But like I said, I think we're probably going to get in about 132 laps in today. I think we're going to be a few laps short. I believe this is one of the lower average speed circuits of the season. Quite a few straights around this place. I Of course, Montreal, we reached the time limit, and we also reached it as well at Barcelona. That's why I believe this circuit's a little bit slower than them. Now, of course, then we'll go to Bathurst, which we are looking forward to a lot to round out this this championship. But we've got a couple more sprint rounds as well coming up in the next couple of weeks. Of course, you can catch it all on the iRacing Esports Network and on Apex Racing TV. Hopefully you're enjoying the action so far, because if there's anyone that you're supporting, let us know in the chat, because we always like to see some fan clubs. Always have some very passionate supporters, so let us know who you're supporting, and we might even give them a bit of camera time as well. So something to get chatting in the chat. Meanwhile, David Coleman for Fishy Motorsports. He was with Live Production Esports and EXG Motorsports White at the moment. Coleman, Stuber, and a Dyke in this fight.
Is it? Yeah. Oh, I thought the EXG car was up there. Is it? Does it? It does. Smoothly passed.
Not a whole lot of defence there from Fishy Motorsports. Not fighting that one too much as Logitech G AOSC Esports. Well, maybe they're listening to me. I'm going to say they were listening to me when I was saying, look at the traffic in front of you guys. And James Scott, obviously following my words of wisdom and coming into the pits. Or maybe he just ran out of fuel. It is a possibility. But he is coming to the pits then on lap 27, starting lap 28 then. So United Sim Sports will lead for a bit. They'll be hoping that they'll lead across the checkered flag. But at the moment, with the pace of Logitech, it's looking very good for them. Also, Greedy Myers getting into that car, so already a driver swap. We usually see driver swaps after one stint or after two stints. It's up to the teams how they want to do that one, and we will keep an eye on where they come back out onto circuit. I wonder if we can get the track map back up once again, see where Logitech are going to come back out on circuit. There is quite a big gap, isn't there, between kind of 17th and 19th. They might be able to fit themselves nicely into there.
Yeah, there's a few of those other cars are now pitting, so there's a few gaps that are closing pretty quickly. But yeah, 37th to 19th, that's not right.
I think the 37th, yeah, 2 laps down, or 1 lap down on the leaders, but that has worked brilliantly well for Myers, hasn't it? In some clear out, I imagine Brady, who wasn't in the car previously, probably thought, there's a nice gap there. Of course, maybe he's using the SDK gaming software, which does tell you that stuff, I believe, or other software which is available. Do check out actually check out the live timing. I've begun to mention the live timing. It's really useful in these endurance races. The live timing link is in the description below, and that will give you details on all the teams' last lap times, their best lap times, who's in the car at this moment of the race, the lap that they last pitted on, their pit stop length. It's really useful stuff, so certainly do click on the link in the description that is provided by SDK Gaming, as is all the overlays that we are showing to you today. So do certainly just check out sdkgaming.co.uk or .com, one or the other. A few more drivers coming into the pits now, so Astro Gaming, AOSC Esports do take the lead now, ahead of the racing team, but United Sim Sports, One Performance, and many others, all dipping into the in the pits right now.
Yeah, there's a few more cars in the pit lane, so this is going to congest that pack right up and see if Brady's still out in front of them when it all filters through. Looks like the other the other Altus car is staying out, so they're going to keep going another couple of laps.
I guess they were in that, they were stuck behind. Were they stuck behind DPR? They were stuck behind one of the teams, weren't they? In that stint, so probably saving a bit of fuel whilst they were behind, maybe lifting and coasting a bit. So hence why they've been able to extend this stint a bit further. No changes, I'm saying. Well, Forza El Nabi's actually got into the car number 21. for United Sim Sports. Sam Sutton as well getting in the car number 12 for one performance racing. So plenty of driver stops so far. Perhaps not exactly what we expected. We expected them to go double stinting, but no, most drivers are changing after one stint.
This is probably United's plan to follow Altus as far as they can in this race, mirror them exactly what they do, pit stop for pit stop, and then play it out as a two-horse race at the end.
Yeah, probably so. That's a good shout. Especially if we get a safety car, I think they'll back themselves to take on Altus, especially when the track conditions change later on. I mean, we are expecting the track to be about 10 to 15 degrees cooler by the end of the race than it was at the start. So even if you are struggling a bit right now, the track might come back to you later on, because it will also rubber in as well. So it should be a lot more grip out on circuit by the end. Should be much faster lap times. Bad news though for United Sim Sports was that they came back into quite a bit of traffic. Fortunately for them, they have been able to negotiate it pretty quick, despite the fact that it is poor position. It seems as though Logitech G Sim Sports will retake the lead then. They are.
It's a pretty foregone conclusion for them at the front, but United's got its work cut out for it. Thankfully, Forson's a pretty crafty driver, so he knows exactly how to get through the field and back into that position too, right there.
Okay, close by Myers there. Get past the 37. Any other changes? Astro Gaming coming out of the pits. Are they ahead of Zuva Racing Team? And are they ahead of Pursuit Sim Racing? Are Pursuit Sim Racing going to be able to get past? Yes, they have, to be fair. So they're in 5th place still. Astro Gaming, though, I think they've got ahead of GRM. There they are. So I think that is a change for position then. GRM losing out that place with Jack Boyd. And nice work there from Bo Albert, who's now in the Astro Gaming Altus Esports car, up into 6th position for them, guys. And that will turn into even higher when Kobe Jones for ANZ comes into the pits. Oh, there goes Jack Boyd, though. Straight back. JIM with the fresh tyres. Oh, with the warmed up tyres, sorry. And they get back fast. That was a big move there. And caught napping, I think, on that occasion was Bo Albert.
I think Bo's still got some cold tyres, so he's just going to have to wait his turn and hold with them while they keep negotiating these next few corners. Give it a lap or two, and Bo will be back around the GRM, in my opinion.
Yeah, if he can't get past, then that could be an important move. Yeah, so he might have the pace anyway to overtake Albert. Actually, I think setting his first race last time out, which was yeah, I forgot what race we. Oh, it was Road Atlanta, of course. Road Atlanta. We visited last week. Albert's was kind of 20th place, so it wasn't spectacular, but maybe I'll put a little bit more practice into it today. United Sim Sports with the fastest lap of the race at 42.7. Placed him by half second on Brady Mars on the RSAT gap, though up into 12.5 seconds. They did lose about a second and a half in the pits, did Forza now, so probably took a bit more fuel for United Sim Sports. How much do you know about Brady Mars? I didn't know a whole lot about Brady Mars, and he's relatively new to the series. What do you think his pace will be in comparison to James Scott?
Oh, I'm actually great mates with Brady Myers. He's very quick, very quick. So he's always been, in my opinion, a fantastic qualifier. And racing has sometimes gone his way and sometimes not gone his way. So he will find that he'll have to grab all his knowledge of being a teammate and roll it out at the circuit here tonight, because he's got James Scott's championship in the balance, or the endurance championship. Yeah,
it's true. I mean, in a 24-hour race, I think it's worse when maybe you're on a team of 4 and you only have your first in about 12 hours into the race. The team absolutely doing perfectly. I mean, they don't make a mistake. They're driving superbly to put you in the lead, and you have to get in at such a late stage. It's very worrying. It shouldn't be quite as bad for Brady Myers, but there's still a lot of responsibility. James Scott going for the title, of course. I mean, massive favourite for the title, but with a couple of endurance rounds to go, if Myers isn't on his top game, he could be a big big stopper in that championship chase for his teammate. On that last lap, once again, Forza Arnabi half a second faster. So if that keeps up, then by the end of the stint, they might be pretty close to one another. Let's wait and see. Fiji Motorsports also changing drivers at that last stint. They've now got Jordi Cini in the car, Nathan Tregarthen, which is one of my favourite surnames from this series. He's in 18th place, just ahead in the SSF Penrite Racing team. Oh, my least favourite team name, however, SSF Penrite Racing, because incredibly infuriating to have to say it. It's really tricky, but I've got better as the season's gone on. They're now 1 minute 6 off the lead, and they're only about 35 seconds ahead on track from being lapped. So by the end of this stint, they are probably going to be a lap down. So, well, it's going to be strange, but then probably within an hour and a half of this race, we are going to have everyone up to 18th place, 1 lap down, which is something that we haven't seen all season long.
It's definitely going to make sure that the drivers down the back end of the grid are looking to see if there will be another safety car, and then make sure they are out on track so they can definitely be ahead of it and possibly get that lap back, because you definitely can't win these races or get anywhere if you're a lap down. So the entire front battle pack will want to get them a lap down, and the rest of the grid won't want to go a lap down.
Brinton Hobson moves up into 26th place past EXG. That was very good from the Synergy Sim Racing team. Very clean car as well. Right then, very nice looking car. You can see all these different teams being represented. Live Production Esports. Have they dropped down Live Production Esports? I swear they were further up earlier on. Maybe that was just during the pit stop sequence, but they are currently in 28th place. Yeah, had a normal pit stop. In fact, everyone having a normal pit stop. It's a bit of a strange pit lane here where you can quite easily speed because you're going to have to decelerate at such a big rate. And it's a very narrow pit lane as well. Surprising that no one's been caught out on that so far. It's seemingly pretty good from these drivers. Also remember an occasion, I think it was with Alessandro Dalladone, I'm not 100% sure about that, where he managed to spin into the pit lane. And did actually pretty well in that race. Oh, that's the contact, and that is going to be on the grass and off the circuit for Scott Clark in the 45 EXG car. Fortunately for him, Live Production Esports, who made that contact, letting him back pass. However, Live Production now moving ahead again. And Scott Clark very slow. What is going on right now for him?
Goes back to the question I was asking before of how far do you have to let them by before it's a redress, and I think they found that once he was back on the circuit they'd redressed enough and off they were going again. So Matt Devine's got through, passed on him and moving ahead.
So these are some of the drivers a lap up then. That was the race leader, I believe, Brady Myers. Here's a replay of how it happened then. So Scott Clark, I doubt he's moved across in the braking zone too much, just a mistake from the 553. Well, I can kind of see how the 553 got a bit confused. It looked like that Clark might cover the inside line for the Rivatsa, when he actually kind of took the racing line soon after, but Devine did give up the place and then proceed to get back past. I wonder if Clark's got some kind of problem, or maybe just was very generous to the drivers a lap down. So here we go. Oh, well, to be fair, I think that was 100% Devine's mistake. And
there we go. And that's the race control saying redress the position.
Well, he's already redressed it, but now he's going to redress it again, it seems.
So that's just race control saying it wasn't a good enough pass, do it again.
Yeah. It's a good way of doing the penalties in this series. The organisers do a terrific job with all of this. It's not easy doing stewarding anyway. You know, even when it's post-race, you can spend half an hour in an instant. These guys have got to be properly quick on instants, and they are 95% absolutely the right call. So thanks to those guys for doing that, because certainly wouldn't be the same without it.
Absolutely. That half the reason everyone goes racing in these races is because of the live stewarding, and for those guys to have a look at an incident pretty quickly and give you a summary straight away, everyone's going to have their own viewpoint of what happened, but it's always fantastic for a race steward to just go, no, that's the ruling, and you're going to have to live by it.
Adam Griggs for DPI Racing, battling with Gone Rogue Motorsports GRM. Was that a move for Briggs at the start of this lap? He was in 15th, it was a move. Into the chicane, which isn't a move that we see a whole lot, as a mistake now for GIM just behind, locking up the brakes. Here it was, and actually it must have been a mistake on the 41, just very slow for the 41 there. Briggs seemingly with a load more grip in that car. And Meads Party has got 2 lap fresher tyres, but I doubt that was anything to do with it. And the 41 struggling right now with Scott O'Keefe at the wheel, a 46.49, so maybe O'Keefe's just struggling in comparison to his teammates at the moment.
Yeah, they're 3 seconds behind Tom Freer in the Pursuit Sim Racing car, so they're going to have to find some speed and accelerate up to that pack if they're going to want to challenge further up the grid and not go that lap down.
A little bit of a word as well for Kobe Jones, who's currently in 5th place for ANZ Motorsports. They were running on the outskirts of the top 10, actually jumped outside the top 10 earlier on, but came into the pits with a very early pit stop on lap 14, which was about 15 laps earlier than many other teams. Didn't take tyres that pit stop, but their pace is still very strong. There it is, and that pit stop that they made was very quick, and I think it should work out. I mean, it's difficult to start at the moment, but their pace is good enough at the moment. They're in the mid 44s, matching the drivers who have got fresh tyres. And soon ANZ will get their fresh tyres and should have a pace advantage. So well done to Kobe Jones, driving well at the moment. Was overtaken by Pursuit Sim Racing, I think, relatively recently. And will be overtaken by GIM as well. But still good work from them. Also, 7th place Bo Alberts has actually dropped off Jack Boyd now. 6th and 7th, GIM Enduro and Astro Gaming. Now that gap up to 4 seconds. So he saw Albert get the jump in the pits, then got overtaken on his outlap, and ever since then Angie has dropped back, now 4 seconds behind, but fortunately for him, plenty ahead of United Sim Sports, the 027 car, which was an ERT car before the 027, but now United Sim Sports for this round. Geordie Sinney has overtaken Nathan Chagurthan for 18th place. Fishing Motorsports and SSF Penrite Racing change for 18th place right there. We might even see a replay of that. Here we are.
Obviously a turn 1 move is where he's made that happen. Just down the inside and right on by. It's a nice move.
We haven't seen a whole lot of defence today, have we? All the drivers are very courteous to one another. Very much having the attitude, well, if you can overtake me, then clearly you're faster than me. I'm not going to hold you up, which is the right strategy to think this early on in the race, because it won't matter too much for you. But,
no, absolutely. If you're gonna battle them at this stage, then you've got no intentions of having a successful race. We're only
that's
a
spin.
Ooh.
And that is Nathan Chagurthan, who's just been overtaken, I believe, by DPR Racing. And then spun it soon after. This is a horrible lap for Chagurthan. He's lost 3 places. Might be even before here. A bad life choice, I think. I've just lost a place to KF, the driver's seat. Here we are. Just going into Vatsa. And Lindsell.
That'll do
contact, wasn't it? And it must have been a just straight pass. Hopefully these guys have got any damage from that.
Yeah, bump on the door, but it doesn't look like it's hampered their running anyway. Just goes for the lunge and not enough space there. That'll send you off, fella.
Being a devil's advocate, Lindsay there, to be fair, didn't really understand. I wonder it was mainly KF who actually kind of turned into the corner. Maybe could have left a little bit more room. But the adjust has been made, and I guess the stewards probably won't get too involved in that one now, seeing that the adjust has already happened. But yeah, just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, we might have to see that move again when they come together, maybe in a couple of laps, because yeah, there was a bit of a move there from both of them, so it could be interesting. We'll see Jack Boyd get down the inside of Kobe Jones.
So that is instead who of course pitted way earlier on in the race and got way older tyres. In fact, they haven't changed tyres for the entire race. I only just thought of that. I knew that they had older tyres, but literally their tyres now are 38 laps old compared to everyone else who's got about 10 lap old tyres because they didn't pit. There you go. Now you can see the pit stop times on there. You can see 22 seconds. So no tyres being taken at that stint, and they're probably going to pit in about 3 or 4 laps time. It's a remarkable pace right now from Kobe Jones, and fortunately for him, he's now got 4.7 seconds back to Bo Albert, and lapping on that last lap 2/10 of a second slower. So he should stay ahead for the next few laps, and won't lose any more time with Giles overtaking him, which is good news for ANZ. This strategy should work pretty well. We're now on lap 39 of this race, at least for the race leaders. 1 hour and 9 minutes into this race. 1 safety car so far in this event. We will have at least 1 more safety car at some point. I was banking on 4. At the moment, that premonition not coming too true at the moment, but we might well see some stuff coming out later on. Gap out in the lead, and Scott Newton reading my mind right there, because it's coming down. Was 7.6, it's now 6.7, and it was up at 12.5 as well earlier on in the stint. I mean, in the first few laps, Myers was losing a massive amount of time to El Nabi, but it's not quite as big a contrast now. It's only about a couple of tenths a lap, but El Nabi and United Motorsport seemingly with the advantage in this part of the race.
If you look at their last laps though, it's ever so slightly in El Nabi's favour, and so if he just keeps doing that, he'll keep chipping away that 6 seconds to Brady, and eventually they'll be back on them, and then once they hand over, that battle will reignite again between Haber and James Scott. So interesting to watch how talented is your co-driver when it comes to play out at the end.
Myers easily makes that move on the back marker, but it is such an interesting element to these team races, as you say, how competitive is your co-driver. When it's in the solo race, and I think it's very easy quite often to kind of look at the number and just to assume that that's the pace of that car. And whilst there is obviously a big correlation, you've got 2 different humans in that car. I mean, imagine real world examples of 2 teammates in a team who are vastly different pace. I mean, they're totally different people, and so the competitiveness is going to be very different. So it really can chop and change as the event goes on. Reese Keane for DPR Racing 2 ahead of Mac1 Esports Yellow now. And was that a move? It was a move for DPR Racing 2. I think this was into Villeneuve, just enough space given by the car ahead. But Reese Keane, the way that he was on the back of this car, it was only a matter of time, and then a massive lunge into that corner, and he was quite fortunate that his rival opened a door for him there. And then we saw just the back end of this move, a superb and the outside attempt at the top of the hill. Here it was, leaving enough space for his rival. Awesome racing from these guys. That's how you do it.
Exactly right. He picked up a lottery ticket and sent it, and it ended up paying off for him. So That was a fantastic move, and it took requirements from both drivers to give each other some racing room.
Shane Ryder on the, Shane Rayner on the YouTube chat. Apologies. Saying how Jones may have taken tyres at his first stint, but only took fuel. Maybe, but I think tyres says actually we're going to see another intake here. DPR Racing getting past Fishy Motorsports. That might be the case, but then he's gone so far in this race anyway. That's considering that tyres I think take about 14 seconds, 8 seconds worth of fuel. I don't think that would take him to this lap 41. You think a full tank can only take him to about lap 28, so I doubt 8 seconds of fuel would take you that bonus kind of 13 laps or so. So I don't know, might be able to. Of course, iRacing, please, give us this option. We'd absolutely love it, and to have proper animated pit crews as well. It would make it so much easier for us commentators to understand what's going on. United Sim Sports have been caught by Zuba Racing Team. Here comes Zuba Racing 209. Not close enough into the chicane. We'll have to hold back.
Yeah, just on that Kobe Jones for a second, if most of our leaders were only pitting around 27 and 28, 29 lap point, that rather makes it about 56 before we see them coming out again. So we're sort of in that territory now where Jones is going to need to stop and grab those tyres and fuel.
Scott Newton on the chat as well corrects me how because they're taking at the same time, so yeah, probably was 22 seconds of fuel. That would make sense. Apologies about that one, I was probably calling that wrong. So he is on fresher tyres, but still old tyres all the same. 14 lap older tyres than everyone else, and you're right, he is going to have to come into the pits very soon. I mean, 14 plus 28 is 42, and this is lap 42, so literally, I mean, this lap or the next lap, surely, and he's coming up into a bit of traffic as well, so this will probably be a good time to nip on into the pits. Let's see, does he peel off? Yes, he does.
There we go.
So we got one strategy call at least correct today. Which
Well,
is
that's all we
one
need
more
to
than
do.
we usually have. So, where will he come back out? He should be, I reckon, 21st, 22nd, something like that. He might fit in between 21st and 22nd, which would be nice because there's a bit of a gap between the two of them, Macquarie Esports together and Middle Finger Racing. Now, if I get that one right, then honestly, that is a miracle because that was quite a guess, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, they're taking the driver change. I'm going to call... No, I'm not going to call it because that'll make me look silly.
Yeah, 10 more seconds of stationary to go, assuming that they are going to take a full tank of fuel. Jordan Sinney also coming into the pits in 21st place. Oh, come on, this could be perfect.
Has come out. Henry King is replacing Kobe Jones. It looks like it's going to be about 16th, 17th they slot into. Or not, as my timing screen just refreshes and tells me.
21st!
Well done.
He knows a bit about motorsports, as I think he might be he's been overtaken. Well, I'm saying that he's come out in 21st place there, even though he has fallen to 23rd there. But it was close enough, wasn't it, as he now gets overtaken, I think, by a driver a lap ahead. By the way, everyone, down to Brenton Hobson is now a lap down. Brenton Hobson, the Synergy Sim Racing car. You could just see in the foreground for a moment there, Braden Myers. So only the top 20 on the lead lap, which is quite a few. This is a shorter circuit that we sometimes do these endurance races around. So quite a distance. Brett Loxton has got ahead of Jamie McKnight. That's the battle for 7th place. Zuva Racing Team moving past United Sim Sports. There it is. They were close at the first chicane a few laps ago, and this time they were close enough to overtake up into 7th place now, Zuma.
You just catch the replay of that one and see that again. Wonder if he's actually extending his... Oh, he's definitely got a nicer run off that corner into turn 1, and like we've seen all night, not a lot of defense going on there. It was just a pretty nice, smooth pass.
I mean, we assume that it'll pick up the aggression later on in the race, but at the moment there's almost no signs of it. Come on, guys. No, it's smart driving. It is smart driving. I mean, personally, I'm a massive advocate for smart driving, which is a lot easier to do when you're the commentator and you got a broad picture of what's going on. You're just looking at the timings. You can see the lap times for each of the drivers. It's a lot easier then than when you're in the cockpit. DPR Racing, we've passed ERT 26. That is Briggs on Gamble. Was 7/10 faster on that last lap. Scott Gamble struggling a little bit. Both these guys have been in the car since the start, and that was surprisingly easy, that was.
So they're probably going to want to pull their drivers out towards that 56 marker when most of them are coming in. 56, maybe 57 if I've got those numbers right. But yeah, that was easy for him. Trying to understand why Scott's not pushing as hard as he should be.
Yeah, maybe, we'll see if it comes back to him later on, but 46.66, that's a slower lap time. Thanks to, Trident 409. He says, we are very chill. Thank you for that.
I'll take chill, this is what we do.
Honestly, this is more, I mean, this is your first commentary on the eSports Network. This is more compliments than you can ever hope for on the eSports Network. Usually it's just criticisms more than compliments. But thank you very much to Trident 409. If you were a driver, we'd give you a lot of bias right now, but we'll give you bias as a viewer anyway. So if you want to watch any cars, go around the circuit, let us know. Bow repairs. We haven't seen bow repairs, I swear, all day long, have we? David Miller in the car at the moment. They're on Fishy Motorsports. We have seen a couple of times, a couple of Fishy Motorsports teams doing that out there so far as they move past Middle Finger Racing, who are in the pits right now.
It's just a fantastic camera angle, this one, looking over David Miller's left shoulder and seeing how he goes to work. Turn 1, turn 2, well, turn 2 and 3 if you look at the track map, but I call it 1 and 2, that one. It's a difficult complex to get right, and you've got to make sure you avoid that inside and outside curb because the off-track is gnarly and it cancels your lap in quali and it hurts.
Oh, that's a massive slide, isn't it? For Middle Finger Racing 17. And sorry, that's live production esports, who are very fortunate not to lose a place right there. Well, they did lose one place, but fortunate not to lose another one. That was a huge slide, and maybe the tyres just starting to degrade a bit now at this point in the stint. Once again, the track temperature, I wonder if it's decreased from the 44 degrees that we saw earlier on. It is 42, so it's decreasing a little bit, but not particularly fast. It should decrease a bit faster now.
It's still going to be turning. Sorry, Sam. It's just still going to be turning these Dunlop rubbers into really difficult tyres to control through these laps.
This is KF, the driver's seat. They are ahead of Gone Rogue Motorsports. And this was a move for KF, so well done to them. Bad life choices as well. You are coming on stronger and stronger as this race goes on. I must say, it is fantastic to have such a distinct name because it's very easy to recognise what car it is. When you have 3 or 4 KF cars and you have a few DPR cars and all these teams who have fielded many drivers, kind of tricky to distinguish between the two of them, but there's no doubt who bad life choices are out there, so thanks to them. But this is a nice battle for 14th place at the moment, and this is a legit 14th place as well. Not really anyone behind them who we expect to get back ahead later on there. Perhaps Henry King in 21st place for ANZ Motorsports. He might be one to watch out for, but apart from that, they are in a pretty solid place. Might have to go back actually to that battle for 15th place, but it's pretty close between these guys. O'Keefe almost having the line cut off there. Oh, that's a big sign. That's contact, and that was superb defense right there from KF, the driver's seat. That was really nice driving from them because they saw them in their mirrors for Rob there in the 092 car and Rob Harris, and managed to turn out of the corner. A little bit of contact was made, but that was very smart driving. Congratulations to him. Just looking up the rears, and you can see not turning into the corner, so he loses one place. But well, that could have been the front corner of that car destroyed, but instead he was very smart there.
Great heads-up driving there, and I think that's the first defensive move we've seen at Turn 1 all night. So great to see them finally getting out and defending 40-odd laps in.
So gaining 2 places from that is Sean Linsell for bad life choices, and has the move been redressed? Brady no, is that a blown engine? No, for the race leaders, and it's happened again. It happened at Belle Isle with James Scott, and it's happened again at Imola. A blown engine, and what? Let's see if it is their fault or not, but my goodness, but they were so comfortable out in the lead.
Oh. Has he spun it on his own?
So that was the spin, wasn't it? But
yeah,
which cut down the lead, but then the blown engine a few moments later.
This used to happen to Brady a fair bit. He used to do this in a couple of races back in one of his earlier teams when he was at PRA. He used to blow the engine a fair bit. Wonder if that habit's just creeping back in. He won't want to have done it, but it would have happened on accident, I'm guaranteeing.
So safety car is deployed, because that car needs to be towed back to the pits. Now the good news for them is I guess that they can tow back to the pits, and under safety car they'll lose less laps. But this is a big setback for them. Everyone coming into the pits then. So El Nabi is in. Sutton is in. United Sim Sports and One Performance. Also, Pursuit Sim Racing have come into the pits. And we've still got that Logitech car out on circuit. So until the pace car is actually out on circuit, I don't think we will see that car disappear back into the pits. And Nick Holster, I'm seeing, is 2 1/4 laps round. So he is waiting for someone to pick up, but they're all coming into the pits at the moment, so no one is picking up the pace car, so he might be sitting there for a little while yet.
There is just a timing board full of red. And this makes you question what Harley Haber's going to do, because really James Scott was his only competition early on in this race, so is he just going to cruise from here, or is he just going to be forced into finding himself another battle?
Yeah, can anyone offer a challenge to him? What has this done for Henry King? Oh, it's not going to work out for King, and I'm kind of annoyed about that for ANZ Motorsports, because I appreciate the strategy that they tried to pull off earlier on. I don't think it's really going to yield them any... No, there's not really much difference, to be fair, between pitting under safety car and pitting under normal, as, well, that will be satisfying for Haber, won't it? Probably going to be waving past. Goodbye race win, potentially, or Logitech. United Sim Sports now take up the safety car.
I'm with you in that it won't help Henry King or Kobe Jones in the ANZ Motorsport car, but that was a fantastic strategy, and if that safety car hadn't have come when it did, probably would have worked out for them and elevated them further up the field. So have to see what they can throw at it now to see if we can get that battle back ignited for the ANZ car.
So this is the replay of Maya. So this is like the lap kind of leading up to the to the blown engine. let's see if we can notice any downshift, strange
That's
downshift,
it.
which may have caused it. There you go.
Turn 1. Now, I was speaking before we started the broadcast that some of the teams are running a much longer gear ratio at Imola. It's making the car a bit thirsty for revs down the front straight. So I wonder if they're running that longer gear ratio and that's giving them a bit of grief when Brady's going to change the gear down just a bit there.
It's just crazy how we've seen that twice so far this season. For really anyone, I can't really recall, certainly none of the front runners at least, having this issue so far this season. And yeah, it's happened twice to a James Scott car. It's crazy. Once with him in the car, and then another time in this team race. And so it's a shame as well, because the United Sim Sports were really catching up. We saw that mistake from Myers at around the middle part of the lap, around the middle part of the lap, which I think put United Sim Sports right on their tail. So I think an overtake was on the horizon, and instead they are going to be way down. We'll keep an eye on how many laps down they are going to be, but massive setback for them. Coming into the pits is the 25th place driver of Craig Anspach for Tanked SRT, so already a lap down and maybe trying to get back that lap, so I appreciate the effort there from Anspach, but he didn't quite get ahead of the race leaders. Otherwise he may have made up an extra lap there, but that hasn't quite happened for him. Any other changes during this sequence? I think there's been a change for third place, so Pursuit Sim Racing are up into third position now. They are ahead of JIM Enduro. I think that was a change, wasn't it?
I'm just seeing now, has Michael actually got out of the car all night?
No, he hasn't actually. No, Gillian was in that car, I think, for a bit. I think.
Yeah, I think he's done 19 laps. Yeah. So yeah, that's maybe Michael's car has finally come back to him.
Zachary Hanlon in 5th place. I mean, if anyone else on the chat, has noticed any changes of position in the during this pit stop sequence, but I mean, I can't notice any changes really in the pit stop lengths. I'm seeing Carl Stokes with a slightly longer pit stop for Synergy Sim Racing, but that's about it. I don't think he's lost any places due to it. In 11th place now is Carl Stokes. Watch out for him later on, especially if we get another safety car. We'll just say I am currently on target for my prediction of 4 safety cars across this race. Now that we've had 2 and there have been legit safety cars, I don't think there's necessarily going to be an entertainment one. So there might be, there might not be any more pace cars to finish the race. I mean, I kind of hope that they are. Also, a little bit of a reminder of who's on the lead lap. We've got everyone down to actually 24th places on the lead lap. So, a few more drivers than I thought. I guess. Oh yeah. No, 24 drivers on the lead lap at the moment. It looked like it was going to be less than that, but there we are. Matthew Clowett, the first driver, 1 lap down. There will be drivers in amongst these drivers on the lead lap, who will perhaps be of a little bit of an interference. So watch out for that. Even if you do see a few overtakes initially, it might well just be due to some drivers losing or being lapped by one another. The pace car's back into the pits. Harley Haber this time has control over the field. United Sim Sports, it's theirs to lose, you feel now, with Alta C Sports out of contention. Harley Haber will control the order. Now we saw Scott go between the 2 Rivazzas last time. Is he going to do the same thing here? Just so bear in mind, the 3rd place car in this train, 3rd and 4th place car in this train are lapped drivers. So Italian Chicha needs to get past them very soon. Haber is waiting a while, and this could cause a bit of a concertina. It is causing a concertina with a few drivers once backing into one another. But we are going to get back underway now. Harley Haber from the pole position, and that is Synergy Sim Racing. And that is Ross, who had already lost a few places, rejoins as well a little bit unsafely. Doesn't have to go into the pits, but that restart caused massive issues for so many drivers down the order, expecting that the green flag was out when it wasn't. And Haber hung on so long, and it's caused a bit of mayhem for the drivers outside the top 10. However, within the top 10, no changes at the moment, and Haber pulling a half-second gap at the moment over Brad Ryan.
Yeah,
Boyd
Harley
and Taliancic side by side. Boyd has got back ahead of Taliancic. He's back up into third place. That's a big move for JAM Enduro.
Yeah, Shane Rayner was giving me a tune-up when I was sort of discounting GRM versus Altus, but yeah, that proved me wrong there. So I'll take that on board and definitely give the GRM boys the credit they deserve to be up in third. It's nice to see them battling up the top there.
So I think they were actually behind the Sim Racing before the pit stop, so apologies for calling that one incorrectly during the safety car. But that was a proper move. That's the highest position they've done all race long. Reese Keane has just got past in third, I believe, for DPR Racing, and a penalty for Cummings in the 27 car. And we've got a spin further down as well. Oh, this is getting very chaotic on this restart. We were talking earlier on how calm the drivers have been so far to one another, but anything but on this restart. Some pretty aggressive driving, and this was a spin there for John Bain, I believe. Oh, he's already lost it then, and just spinning it round.
Unfortunately, young man on his own, yeah.
And when you saw the not the top 10 highlights from iRacing, it was a brilliant piece of parking at that bay corner, which was very similar to that. Another penalty is, so this is the same ones for the 027, so for Scott Gamble, who's the actual driver in that car at the moment. The 027, and so Nick Cummings was in the car, but Gamble, I guess, started the car. So 027 coming into the pits for that drive-through penalty, and they dropped down to 24th place and are now last out of the drivers on the lead lap. If there's any positive out of that, they have got a bit of clear air now. There they are. But Carl Stokes, he lost 10 places upon that. He was in 11th place, and now has lost his rear wing as well. So what could it be for Carl Stokes? Started up in 7th place, jumped outside the top 20 straight away on the first lap, and got himself back up to the edges of the top 10, and then loses it all over again.
Yeah, it's not fantastic when you just lose the positions like that, as we see. Stokes, that battle pack is gnarly.
That's the 15, I believe, making Greg Sharp. So yeah, that was actually Greg Sharp losing out to Carl Stokes. That's so slow through the chicane, and it looks like the Jersey had a clean run of it. I'm going to gain a place. Greg Sharp, I think he's going to lose another place now to ANZ Motorsports. ANZ to the outside. Oh, and there goes Stokes is going to lose this position potentially. The Jersey really being caught out by this concertina effect at the moment, and Stokes, who made this move just a few moments ago, almost loses it, but now has a better run out of the corner. The 15 car of SSF Penrite Racing, as the ERT26 car comes in. That's Scott Gamble.
So he'll be serving that penalty.
Yeah. Side by side the first chicane, and staying ahead there was Ross. I think he actually managed to overtake then the ANZ car, and now SSF Penrites have made up a place as well on ANZ, who move off the circuit. Both of them off the circuit, and they're both going to lose a few places. There's the Logitech car as well, the former leader, I believe, of James Scott in amongst these drivers. Is that James Scott? It is James Scott in 32nd place. He is now one lap down on the race leaders. But he is trying to move his way up at the moment. This is for position. Oh, we've got a car in the wall. That is Cameron Stuber in the EXtreme Motorsports white car. Apologies, was it Stuber? Not sure. May have been a wrong call.
Yeah, just disappear. Peter Latham.
There you go. Thought there may have been a blown engine for a moment with the impact he went into the wall, but I think everyone's all right. Here it was then for Lethan, so it was on the 13 car. No contacts.
He's just done it on his own. That's an unfortunate incident. It's hard to get the car off the corner there and minimise wheel spin. So to see him actually, I think he might have grabbed that AstroTurf on the right, and that maybe not. It's just had a bit too much corner on it and found the fence.
It was strange, wasn't it? Especially from the rear, where it just seems like you can't just continue turning for the corner, just a complete over-rotation there.
Yeah.
Cold tyres probably helping him out there. But very strange. So we were talking about how United Simsports might have an easy run to the race win now. Not if Brad Ryan has anything to do with it. The one performance car. So they're down in 4th place. To be fair, moved up into 3rd place almost immediately. And in that first stint even, when Haber was in the car, we kind of think of as the faster United Simsports driver. I mean, El Nabi is very quick as well. But they're very evenly matched. The car 019 has now got a penalty. That is worrying if you're getting penalties for off-tracks this early on in the race. That is Middle Finger Racing, the 019 car, who are already 1 lap down, 1.5 laps down, who are going to have to serve a drive-through penalty, and I believe it is a penalty for every 10 incidents you get after that. Scott Newton might just have to remind me on that one, anyone in the chat. So that's going to be a few penalties for those guys. That's not what you want when you're 1 hour 40 into a 4-hour race, to already be getting off-track penalties.
Yeah, penalties when you're 54 laps in of a 4-hour race is not the way you want to go. So they're going to have to find where they're going. And like I was saying before, Imola's got a few different spots where off-tracks can catch you out. So maybe it's the driving style, maybe it's just the way they're going, but they're going to need to give that car a bit of a tune-up and make sure they keep the car fully in the circuit.
Once again, Taliancic from Pursuit Sim Racing dropping back a bit in 4th, but we'll go back to these battles because this is a big one. I swear we saw exactly this from 11th down to 17th earlier on in the race, and safe to say this involves a few different members, a few similar members to be fair. But they're all bunched back up again. There goes the 24, I think, of Zachary Hanlin. He's moved up into 15th place there for Astro Gaming, past Fishy Motorsports. Actually, that's a shame for Astro Gaming, actually, because they were running higher than that earlier on. They managed to fight themselves back up into the top 10. Got themselves up into 6th place, dare I say. But they've dropped back again after poor qualifying, and into 15th position now is that car. But at the head of this then is, I guess, kind of KF, the driver's seat. DPR Racing, have they just switched cars there as well? The 3 getting ahead of the 2. Premier Racing Team also very much under the radar. They are now up into 7th place with Brian Borg at the wheel. Premier Racing Team do this, don't they? I'd say they're possibly the smartest guys in these endurance races. We saw them get a 3rd place from 18th place on the grid last time out at Barcelona, and they're doing the same thing today as well, just quietly going about their business under the radar, moving up into a strong position.
That's the best way you can do your racing, is if you just quietly achieve it. You don't need to get involved in any of the battles, you just need to make sure you're chipping away, doing your laps properly, and eventually you'll make it to a decent position halfway through the race.
We should also point out, as you can see from the graphic there, Gone Rogue Motorsports up into 16 places, up into 8. That is by far the biggest gain. I say by far the biggest gain as I look down the order. Backpoint Esports Yellow with 16 places gaining themselves. However, thanks to Astro Gaming out to C-Sports, they've just proved my point right, because they are now fighting between one another. Ian Bird moving or losing that place there to Astro Gaming, who should be able to make up a few more places yet. Now got Fishy Motorsports right on the tail. There goes Fishy Motorsports to Piatella. Is it Piatella, that corner? Piratella, there you go. Piratella.
Yeah, and let's not forget our favourite named team, as they've just disappeared off the screen I was looking at. Bad Life Choices, who have moved up 14 spots. So they've made some great gains as well.
Yep. There they are, 10th place. Yeah, they're doing terrifically. Ignoring blue flags. 031 car. David Baxter. David. Bow repairs RRT. I'm saying how we haven't seen so much of bow repairs today. Well, the Vixies were showing a little bit too much of them, clearly, because they weren't getting out of the way. And that is a penalty for those guys. Once again, good job from the stewards to watch out for that one. I mean, it's a lot easier said than done to spot a team disobeying blue flags, because you kind of got to hold on to them for a few moments to actually check that they're doing it. But they absolutely were. Out in the lead, checking on these guys again. One Performance still very close to United Sim Sports. One Performance, do you think they're trying to overtake at the moment? Or what do you think their strategy is? Do you think they are trying to overtake? Trying to save fuel, perhaps? What's their mindset right now?
The smart option for One Performance at the moment would be to stick behind Harley as long as possible. If they want to overtake, that's fantastic, and they should probably run their own race. But sticking behind Harley is going to give them an option to fuel save. It's going to give them options to see what the leader does and then mimic it or undercut it or overcut it, should I say. So there's definitely options there if they stay behind. But if they go and attack, then they're going to have to lead this motor race and make their own calls. Sometimes being in second is a better option, but I'm going to leave that up to Brad Ryan and his full discretion, because he's the one putting the battle up to Harley at the moment. So he's doing a fantastic job up there in P2. Only 400ths off the leader.
Ian Bird and Josh Thomas very close at the moment in 14th and 15th place. Joshua Thomas, a driver who I believe we've seen the AMF GT Championship. You can check that out on the Apex Racing TV and Esports Network on Sunday morning for Europeans and Sunday evening for Australians. Here he is, Thomas, moving ahead there. Oh, sorry, losing out for Fishy Motorsports, but now I think he is going to be under pressure from Astro Gaming Altus Esports, who move up into 15th place. The Altus Esports perhaps with a poor lap there. Oh, that's off the circuit. More Fishy Motorsports who scamper through the gravel. And we've also got the other Altus car as well in amongst that, but of course one lap down on these drivers. It was for Thomas from the gearbox cam. Does he get a shove from the 143? Oh no! Oh, it was one into the other into him.
That was the domino effect.
Could well be a penalty for that. Bad life choices with Kenneth Latter. Now onto the back of David Kimmond, who I feel like I've been a bit critical of Kimmond because they had an awesome qualifying did Pursuit Sim Racing. Haven't quite been able to back it up, but they're still in a very good position right now. And bad life choices, they looking faster right now.
Yeah, bad life choices are going to give Pursuit a run for their money here. It's the other Pursuit car was focusing on was Michael Talenges, but it's Kimmond and Freer have sort of flown a little bit under the radar, and it's a solid result for them, but they need to make a march forward because they've currently lost 3 positions from their starting spot, so they need to get a move on. Bad life choices makes the dive, and that's a good life choice because that's moving up in the world.
It is. And Hanlin for Astro Gaming, he's finally got ahead of this big battle. He's got back. I think he lost the place to Macron Esports Yellow. I swear he overtook them ages ago. There goes James Scott as well. This corner that he's went all wrong, of course. Well, it's a few corners previously, but this is where they grounded to a hole. Oh, spinning off on the inside is the 18, and he's fortunate not to rejoin unsafely. That's Synergy Sim Racing. And do we see a redress? I believe from was that their teammates who gave them a tap?
That was a great move. Well, it wasn't a great move. It was a great save from Scott Nolan there.
Oh, so it's the driver right at the back of this, the 660 of Josh Thomas. Gave the tap.
That was the fishy car on the Synergy Sim car. That doesn't look fair or fun. He's been on the brakes before he's expected it, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't know where to go, did he? The car had in the middle of the track and wanted to go to the inside and wanted to go to the outside, but it was too late.
By the time that happened, he was on the brakes and unfortunately nowhere to go. Thankfully, though, Brad Ryan is sticking with Harley Haber on this run, and he's making he's making great gains because he's sticking with Harley.
Reese Keane. Oh, Ian Bird has dropped to place. There's occasional changes. Carl Stokes has moved up into the 15th place in Synergy Sim Racing, getting ahead of Mach 1 Esports. Lap 58, car 6. I assume that's not the Greg car. That's 660 to adjust to 018. So that was the instance that we just saw down at the hairpin then. So that makes sense.
That was the Fishy Motorsports car on the Synergy Sim Racing car. So yeah, that's a redress. Unfortunately, I think that's the right call.
Not a whole lot of time lost for either of those guys, to be fair. Some of the last drivers on the lead lap at the moment. Jack Boyd. He's saying some good times right now as Boyd. So on that last lap, he did a 43 point. I keep on saying 53. 43.84 on that last lap for Boyd. He was 0.8 of a second, not even 0.8, 0.2 of a second faster than the top two. Gap did open up to 4 seconds, back down to 3.8. Let's see what on this. That's so Haber, 43.76. Ryan, 43.97. Boyd, 43.81. So pretty much matching them on that last lap.
But at least those top three are staying in that 143 bracket. It drops down to 144 when you get back to the pursuit car of Michael Talliangic. So there's a bit of time there to be gained. Yeah, this is a drive through.
And yeah, that is Simmons, who's had a few spins, I think. Has the car number 42, which I don't think has helped that incident count. Where's the 42? There it is, in 37th place. That is the Fast Lane Esports car. Driving the Holden. Believe I certainly know the Ford has got a new sticker, and I was enlightened by this by Marco Barbanera, who so to say has a bit of an infatuation for the Ford cars. There's now a big Ford sticker on the dash. I believe that there you go.
That's
the Holden sticker might be. Have they changed the Holden sticker as well, or is it just the Ford?
No, it's just the Ford. It's actually ironic. The interior of the Mustang comes from Tickford Racing, and the exterior comes from DJR Tim Penske. So they've amalgamated two cars to make the interior, which is why you've got that 6 and the rev behind the where the normal speedo would be in the normal dash. So there's a bit of trivia for you. So yeah, definitely Brad Ryan's still keeping up this challenge. I'm immensely proud of the guys at One Performance Racing. Definitely taking up to Harley and running with him in this session. I wonder if he hasn't slowed down at all. He's still going as fast as he was before, but maybe he's conserving now because he's seen how things can pan out so drastically different if risk are taken. So maybe he's pulled it back in a little bit.
I mean, I'd be terrified right now if I was a driver. After seeing a very good driver and a very good team stopping because of a blown engine with a double downshift, I'd be terrified of shifting down again. I'd be like, six gears fine, mate. It's what are you talking about? With 40 now corner, 6 gears fine. I'd be terrified of that. But maybe that's why I'm not out on circuit. Maybe that's why I'm up here instead. I'm sympathising for the Gearbox companies right now, dear me. But Ryan, yeah, it's still 4 turns to second pack. GIM, actually with a poor lap that time, 44.6. For some sorts of reason, I've just got a feeling, and I'm going to put it out there just so I can say I told you so later on. I just feel like this race is going to somehow come to Pursuit Sim Racing. They haven't got the pace at the moment. This is actually one of their less competitive endurance rounds we've seen recently, because at Montreal, they properly took it to United Sim Sports and Logitech, or now what they're called, Logitech G Altus Esports. Instead, they're probably about half a second lacking per lap. I just feel like something's maybe they're if anyone's going to pull off a good strategy, it's going to be them. So they're going to probably, if anyone's going to be able to do like one less pit stop, for example, it's going to be them. And there's certainly the possibility for an instant further ahead.
I feel that's a good pick. I'm gonna say that the GRM car, which I accidentally wrote off earlier, I reckon there's something coming there. I mean, I'm pretty confident Harley's got it stitched up, but the GRM car might pull out a surprise amongst this action.
And we will just assume that Scott Newton will go for the One Performance Racing 12 machine. We don't need... Well, to be fair, he can speak to us. No comment, apparently, from Scott Newton. Apparently, he's not willing to... I've always wanted on Apex Racing TV, and apparently, you know, this is inappropriate and breaks laws. But a betting company, Apex Racing Odds, or Apex Racing Bets, which would be so much fun. But I don't think that's totally appropriate. I feel like there could be some corruption in that. This is the closest it's been for the entire race. And Haber runs wide, and he opens up the line into Ravazza 2, and Brad Ryan for One Performance Racing moves up into the lead. That was a good move. However, he's going to have to fend it off now into the first chicane, and they're not fending it off at the moment. He's taken the outside line, and United Sim Sports will comfortably move back into the lead. What is going on at the moment in this battle? Because it seemed like One Performance did want that move. They were getting really close. They got the cut back into Ravazza, and then they don't defend it whatsoever into the first chicane. Why is that?
I wonder if Brad's finally rattled Harley's cage, if he's got close enough and then saw him make the mistake and thought this can really happen. So I wonder if Brad's just pushing and pushing and pushing to make Harley seem like, you know, things can happen if you let it happen. And if you fall off the track, I'm going to take that position.
Ross Vizzo letting us know. Was it Ross Vizzo? No, sorry, Chris Casey. Letting us know strategic #fuel save.
It's a good theory, Chris, but I don't agree with it.
That's a very polite way of saying be quiet. But I mean, yeah, because okay, he got past, but he really seemed to be very racy for a bit. Did Brad Ryan? I don't know. I guess if you are following, it's going to benefit you. But look at our GRM Enduro. Apologies for referring to them as JRM Enduro, but it's a tie race. GRM Enduro are very close as well in third place. They've just gained about a second. At last lap, they gained 1.2 seconds on Harley Haber. On this lap, I think they'll be a little bit faster as well. Pursuit Sim Racing now 13.5 seconds off the lead. Even on that last lap, Tangent still only made up half a second on the race leaders. But he is a comfortable fourth at least. Considering that they were overtaken, I believe, by Zuva Racing earlier on in the race. They do seem to have the pace advantage now on Zuva. Also, Ross Rizzo letting us know how potentially leaving their best driver till later on in the race Pursuit Sim Racing, which maybe is the case. Tyancic has driven a few more laps than Gilliam, who we believe is the faster driver. But Gilliam wasn't a whole lot faster than Tyancic earlier on, so we'll see. Could come back to later on in the race.
If we look at the overall championship standings, Gilliam is getting up there, and he's always up the front in some way or another. So the Pursuit Racing strategy might might come to play at the end of the race, because it's a close battle up the front. So if Harley, Haber, Brad Ryan, and Jack Boyd all come unstuck, maybe it's Michael Taliangic and Andrew Gillingham going through for the win.
Lovely move there from DPR Racing to get past Zuva Racing 209. It took a few corners to get it done into Villeneuve, and then the hairpin, and then on the run to Priatella. But still getting it done there is DPR up into 5th place. Now let's see what DPR can do in relation to Pursuit Sim Racing. There might be an opportunity to make up some time later on.
Got 5 seconds back to Pursuit, so he's going to have to put the foot down, but it seems like he's made a bit of a gap there already. It will come down out of the close to Zachary Henlon.
Never nice to see side by side do that chicane.
Takes a lot of respect.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Can't leave a lot of room for your rival, and there's not a whole lot of room sideways for Bowen. But Astro Gaming out to C Sports move up into 13th place. You really wonder what could have been for them. They seem to lose a bunch of places. If anyone has any idea why they lost a bunch of places, because they were up to 7th place earlier on and looking really quick. And then during the safety car, they just seem to randomly drop down to about 20th place, and they've had to work their way up, and they haven't been totally efficient moving their way up. They've lost quite a lot of time to drivers further ahead. I mean, it's just tricky to overtake around this circuit, so but at least they've got a pretty clean car at the very least.
Yeah, they're definitely. It's good to have a clean car, and especially if you're not using those fast repairs, you're not waiting in the pits. So it's definitely a good strategy, and it needs to work for them.
And already they're straight onto the back now. KF, the driver's seat, who have been strong in this race. I was just thinking, I thought about a lap ago. I've just remembered what it was. But that chicane that we were just talking about before, the one that the drivers are now approaching now, plenty of modifications to the similar circuit over the years. I just think if they got rid of this chicane, it would really make Rivazza a lot better. And I appreciate it. You'd have to change the walls a lot around this part of the circuit because it would be very high speed. And certainly outside of the first chicane, the Tamburello, because there is a river, so you can't really extend it. But I'm not sure what they can do about this. But if they got rid of that clumsy chicane, it really would open up the second half of the lap.
See, I'm going to be devil's advocate there. I'm going to say no, they should add another chicane, and they should go back to the 2004 F1 layout. That would make that whole start-finish straight so much more interesting.
I give permission for everyone to abuse Nori now on the YouTube chat, because that is an atrocious idea. I've never heard such nonsense. I mean, we're at a premium of overtakes at the moment as it is. Let alone adding that silly chicane back. Deary me. Next up, you'll be saying that we should bring back the chicane going into Acqua Minerale. That they had 20 years ago, but no, I severely disagree with that one.
Maybe I'm just putting my hand up for any more Tilke circuit designs.
Yeah, maybe we need a 1 kilometre straight round this circuit to improve it a little bit. Increase, maybe shall we just add 50 metres of height to Tamburello? Maybe that would make a little bit better. I don't know. But
I think the Imola circuit we've got in front of us is pretty perfect as it is. So
it is too. Yeah. I mean, it's rare for a circuit to change so much and still be so good. You know, I think to be fair, Silverstone has changed a lot over the years, and I think that is just as good, if not better, than it was 40 years ago. I think it was only 91, I think, when they got the Maggers and Beckett's section. They had Chapel back then, but certainly not as good as it is now. So Silverstone's improved over the years, but I don't think there's really any other circuits but maybe that and Imola, which are really got so good, and you could argue Imola to be fair isn't quite the same as it was before, but it's certainly different, and it's certainly still very good. Rob Harris for KF, the driver's seat, he is losing that place now to Astro Gaming. That was a nice move there from Astro Gaming to get past into 12th place now.
Yeah, he's I was looking at his lap. He's done a 1:45.3 last lap, so he's definitely got some pace and he's moving through. But he's had some fantastic spatial awareness early in the race, so he's definitely got the right eyes on for the battle ahead. If he can get onto the back of Henlon and close that battle up.
So we're now on lap 67. And we're about halfway through the race. 2 times 67 is 134. So that shows that we're not going to make it to the 137 laps. And so we crossed the line. So they've just crossed the line to the start lap 68. They did 66 laps in the first half of the race. So if they continue the pace that they're going at, they'll reach about 132, 133 laps. But they have had 2 safety cars. We may only have 1 more safety car to finish the race, and the track is cooling down, so the lap time should improve. So I think we're not going to have any more than 2 safety cars. It's down to 37 when it started at 42. So I think it's going to range between about 132 and 135 laps we get in.
I still reckon we can have 1 more safety car, just because that helps me out. But I wonder how far we are from the next pit stop cycle, because that safety car sort of jumbled it up a bit and sort of threw the numbers off. So I wonder how far we are from them actually pitting again. So 7 laps could be the window that we're looking for. And that should start to tell us who's going to finish where, because it's going to come a strategy game as to how we can see if one performance, United Esports or One Performance or GRM or Pursuit, what have they got in their drivers, and if their drivers have done enough laps.
Yes, so if they pit then on lap they'll pit on lap 74, shouldn't they? Behind that it's a 27 lap stint. So lap 74, that would leave them with about 60 laps to go. And that's only just short. So I think if we get 2 more safety cars, we may only have 2 more stops remaining in this race. But if we don't get any more safety cars, then I think they'll have to do 3 more stops. So it's quite marginal in fuel. So if anyone can save a bit of fuel, then I'm looking at Pursuit Sim Racing here, because Italianchich in particular is usually the master of saving fuel and saving tyres. If you can eke this stint out to 76 laps, or to laps 76, you've got a chance at doing 1 less pit stop than your rivals, which down a long pit lane like this, that could be a big advantage.
And if you can save some fuel and hand the car over to Andrew Gillingham with a lot less, a stop less to do, that's going to give them a massive advantage over the rest of the field.
It'll probably be quite eye-opening actually, and quite revealing if Pursuit Sim Racing change drivers at the next stint, because if they think that they've only got Zachary Hanlon is a bit slow. He's going to be overtaken by DPR.
Is that there. DPR? It looks like DPR. Could be wrong.
So they've tried to get past, and maybe this move has gone wrong, and they've rejected it because it was very slow. Was Zachary Hanlon? Oh dear!
Late dive, bit of biff,
and yeah, then he lets it back past that. So, I mean, to be fair, I would say that's clean enough personally. But I clearly have different guidelines to these. I mean, it was an accidental move, so I think Hanlon kind of thought, well, if I do make up that move, I don't really deserve it, because I wasn't even going for the overtake. But very generous to let that position back.
could be a theory from Hanlon there that he didn't expect to have that position open up to him, and he was just comfortable sitting behind DPR and fuel saving. But yeah, I reckon if that move was on, I reckon it was on there. So he should have taken advantage and moved up.
So Christend letting us know in the chat as I think Alta's moving past then into 11th place past DPR, and they're now being caught by a few drivers behind as well. So apparently we can have a between 1 and 4 random safety cars, but so far we haven't had 2 safety cars. We can have a random number of 1 between 4. Okay, so if it was randomly picked that we had 3 or 4, we still got some more safety cars to go. I think the most we've had all season is 3. We've had 3 at maybe like Daytona, and maybe one other circuit. Barcelona we only had 1, and that was like a legit one. That wasn't even an entertainment one, or competition one. Sorry. So it would be strange if we had 4. For this race, but I'm hoping so, because if we do get a couple more safety cars, it would open up the possibility for some different strategies to open up.
So Christchurch is actually Nick Husett, so that helps.
Did not know that.
Nick giving us a full rundown of what's going on in the order of things.
Nick, of course, one of the organisers of the race, so to say, I cannot be rude to him now, as I was on the that was an option before. Brian Borg for Premier Racing Team, he is into the pits now. Remember, everyone, and I mean literally everyone, came into the pits. Well, maybe a couple of didn't, but pretty much everyone came into the pits during the last pit stop, during the last safety car. So Borg has come into the pits early. Once again, I like this from Premier Racing Team. They think, I wouldn't say it's outside the box. I wouldn't say this is like a mad strategy. But what they're trying to do is just even out these stints. So they're going to try to do. This is a 24 lap stint that they've 23 lap stint even. So I think they're going to do 23 lap stint now. We have got 62 laps remaining. So they'll just do two more 21 lap stints and a 20 lap stint to finish the race. So that kind of makes sense, but not many other teams seemingly want to go down that route. They're going to just try to go as far as they can in this stint.
It's a bold move. It's a bold move from Premier, but that's what you got to do in Enduros. You got to make bold moves and take chances, and we may see that one more safety car. And we may see them take that, or gain a few positions, because there'll be a few teams that do need to stop in this coming window.
So, were they in 9th before? No, sorry, not 9th. I think they're like 7th or 8th. They should get an undercut now on everyone else. Of course, this first lap will be a little bit tricky with the cold tyres, but then after that, they should have 3 or 4 laps. So they're going to be a couple of seconds that faster than everyone else. So this strategy for Premier Racing Team, it just seems so smart. Chris, talking of smart, Christian Smart on screen. That was a brilliant segue.
Nice segue.
Brilliant. GIM in Gone Rogue Motorsports in 8th place is their last lap. So this is actually a battle between no, it's not a battle between teammates, but they've got Bad Life Choices ahead of them and Pursuit Sim Racing 2 behind them. On that last lap, Smart actually lost the position then to Latzo on that last lap, so apologies. He just set a 47.26, Latzo with a 44.87. In fact, Smart went off the circuit. I did see an off track for Smart, so that was how he managed to get past. And well, we're about to see it as well on screen. Went way off the track here, and I think you can even get a slowdown potentially if you
can get a slowdown going either way there, yeah. And that's unfortunate. Easy to do, because sometimes you can just run, catch the turf on the left and it sends you to the sandpit on the right. Sorry, the sandpit on the left, and that's a nice happy play date that no one likes. Cummings on the back of Greg Sharp in the SSF Penrite car. They've been on our screens a bit tonight. The 027 is trying to catch up. I remember they had to serve a penalty before, so they're trying to make some ground back to where they wanted to be. They're 8 down on their starting position.
Yeah, they had to serve that drive through straight after the pace car, didn't they? They hit.
Yep.
Who was it? It was second place in the championship. Carl Stokes. They hit Carl Stokes in the CNG Sim Racing car straight off the start and penalty for it, and that's why they're missing their bonnet as well. So what could it be? I mean, these injuries are always what could have been, because if you drive a perfect race then you're going to get a brilliant result, and you know, incidents and mistakes are going to come into play. But United Sim Sports and Astro Gaming, Acuta Esports, and I don't mean the former leaders, but I mean the guys who are now running in 10th place. Both teams really quick. Were running in the top 10 earlier on, and then having incidents which have put them further down. Good move this though into the hairpin past SSF Penrite Racing to 13th place. Actually, good progress to be fair from Nick Cummings in this stint. Teammates of course with Jamie McKnight, the leader I believe of United Sim Sports, and they are up into 13th place and half a lap right now behind the race leaders. We are on lap 74, magical lap 74. So pit stops should commence now. They pitted on lap 47 last time. The only thing that could change this is, of course, they were under safety car for their first couple of out laps. But I think this lap, then all the lap after, I think we'll see if they can get to lap 76, then they're making their chances of 2 stops from now to the end of the race much stronger.
It's definitely going to improve their chances, absolutely, because they would have tried to have fuel saved, and it would have given them some margin, but it wouldn't have given them more than 4 laps. So they're definitely coming into the pit stop window. They're going to have to sort out now because, it's make or break time, and I really like to see how Forsen goes back in that 21 car if he's got to run it to the flag. Let's not forget Brad Ryan is also in second there behind him, so he's also going to want to challenge that as well. Jordan Caruso on screen, coming up behind James Scott.
Yeah, Scott actually up into 23rd place now for Logitech G Acuta Esports. Remember, they were leading the race earlier on, and then dropped absolutely miles back, a lap and a half back. Trying to recover as many places as they possibly can at the moment.
This is James Scott getting the move done on Jordan Caruso. Down the inside. There was a little bit of defense, but it was pretty smooth sailing through for James Scott on that one. As you see, Sean Thompson in the KRF, the driver's seat, trying to look and poking his nose down the inside there.
As James Scott now comes into the pits for Logitech G Acuta Esports. So a little bit earlier, I thought for James Scott, I thought he'd want to leave it out a little bit longer because I thought he managed to find a pocket of space on the circuit, but seemingly not for the championship leader. And I wondered if they'll change drivers as well. Still out on circuit then on United Sim Sports. Now, if you were One Performance Racing, would you short fuel on this stint to get track position and then maybe try to pull away? Or would you take a full tank of fuel and be happy with second place when you come out of the pits?
I don't think any driver is ever happy with second place, so the option there to short fuel could be good, but then you don't want to test your chances of luck, given they've already worked out so well, so they get you up in P2. So I'd be filling it and following Harley and hoping for a late race safety car to get by them. But their pace has been fantastic on track, so it's not like they need the safety car. It's just another option I would give them.
Gradran lifting off quite a bit down this pit straight, which was a bit strange. I don't know what that was about. United Sim Sports, though, coming into the pits from the race GRM as well into the pits. That's strange for Gradran. Seemed to be overtaking a jet. I thought initially it was kind of like hesitating, trying to do the opposite of United Sim Sports, but Pursuit Sim Racing move up into second place. So this is lap 76. I mean, the tricky thing about this is that what we had at Daytona and what we had at Spa was that we knew how many laps of the race were remaining. So that was quite simple for us. We don't know how many laps are remaining. The track conditions are changing constantly. We've had a few different race leaders. And we're right on the cusp right now of being able to do 2 more pit stops for Pursuit Sim Racing. But it's tricky to tell whether it's going to work out. 37 degrees track temperature. And of course, as the track temperature drops, the fuel becomes worse. One, because you're going to be using more fuel because you're going to be on the throttle more parts of the lap. Of course, you're going to be braking later, on the power earlier. And also, you're going to be able to complete more laps in the race. So it's really tricky to say how many laps we're going to have left in this event. Still 26 degrees track temperature. The sun's not quite as intense, I think, hence why the track is cooling down temperature with a little bit of a slide as well in that second place. Has there been any changes between United Sim Sports? United Sim Sports still ahead of GRM, and they have pretty much identical pit stops, I believe. El Nabi stationary, or El Nabi back in that car, sorry. And also Damien Johnston getting in the car for GRM. So that is a change for them. Johnston's got some big shoes to fill if he's going to keep up the pace of his teammate.
Jack Boyd's been doing a fantastic job in that car, so having Damien jump in that car now, no, I don't expect he can do the exact same as his teammate. He can do no worse because his teammate's done a fantastic job to get the car where it is, and so he's just got to put his best foot forward now and try not to make any mistakes and stick with Forzen as they make this run to the next sequence. That Pursuit is now in the lane, as is One Performance and the other Pursuit car as well. So yeah, they've now thrown Andrew Gillingham in the car in the Pursuit car. Sam Sutton's jumped in the One Performance, and Kimmon's staying in the other Pursuit car. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there. And I know Tom Freeman, my mistake, has jumped in the other Pursuit car. And we did just see a pit stop from car 7, the Henry King Kobe Jones car.
Yeah, so everyone who hasn't come into the pits so far, coming into the pits now, One Performance, are still in second place, but they've lost some time. That's I don't know, 4.5 seconds now the gap's up to. They lost 3.5 seconds during that pit sequence. But their stationary time was about a tenth slower, so it's not really that much. So the time lost must have been a mixture of the in-lap, which maybe just wasn't that great for One Performance, and maybe they just didn't run it to the line on the pit entry. We've already mentioned how tricky the pit entry is around here. Just wonder if they're leaving a little bit too much to spare, and the gap's now up to 5 seconds. So United Sim Sports has put them off their tail. I guess good news for them though is that they have got a small advantage when it comes to fuel now by going that extra lap, and they are at least ahead of GRM Enduro. So Sam Sutton needs to be locked in straight away. It has already got a podium this season, I think. Was running in 3rd place at Belle Isle, nearly got 2nd place, spun though on the last lap when fighting for 2nd place. Not sure if he's got any podiums besides that. Anyone on the chat is very welcome to correct me on that front. But yeah, I believe I've got that one correct. But yeah, up to 5.3 seconds now across United Sim Sports with those warmed up tyres now. Everyone has come into the pits, I'm seeing no one who has stretched it out any further. So expect everyone to go for another 27 laps till their next pit stop, as United Sim Sports set the fast lap of the race of 42.4. Lightning quick right now. Brian Borg, by the way, we saw him for Premier Racing Team come into the pits a bit earlier than everyone else. Came in 5 or 6 laps earlier than everyone else. He's in 7th place now. So I don't think it's really changed it that much. I think he's maybe caught up a little bit. Zuba Racing up ahead. But Premier Racing Team, with a little bit of track by themselves, there they get overtaken by the former race leaders, Altus Esports, with now Brady Myers back into that car. Now don't go blowing the engine, Brady, again, because that's what really cost them earlier on. They are in 25th place at the moment, and they've passed all the drivers who were on their lap. So they've now got a massive chasm, as Adam Hedgecock would call it, a massive chasm to the next team of Reaper Sim Racing. So it's going to be a dull stint for Brady Myers, but they've still got a hope of a top 20 in this race.
Yeah, I think that lonely engine's going to be a sore spot for Brady for a couple of weeks to come until we get to Bathurst. But yeah, he's going to find himself on the back of Reaper Sim Racing pretty quickly. 45 is a bit of a gap there to make, but he should be able to get to grips pretty easily with that. As we see Harley Haber joining in the YouTube chat, saying he's got the greatest of all time doing the hard laps now. So he reckons he's got his faith in Forzin to get some good laps done, and good luck, Harley, for the rest of the race.
Well, the GOAT is currently doing very well. 8 tenths of a second faster than Sam Sutton on that last lap. He's playing in some phenomenal times. So that message very much seems as though Harley Haber's not going to get back into that car, or
oh, he will. He will.
He will. Okay.
When we stop at 105-ish, he will.
Okay.
Unless he wants to give Forzin the chance to finish the race. I mean, they're both very good drivers, so there's a fair chance he may let Forzin finish the race, but I reckon Harley want to get back in for a skid before the end.
Tight battle for 19th. It's tight around that part of the track. KF the driver's seat, and back one Esports yellow. Whereas back one have the advantage. There's no contact on the brakes. Oh, and there's more contact.
Oh.
And gonna have to skip the grass, and Thompson's gonna lose 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 positions right here.
Be interested to see whether he got a cut track for that one too, because he shortcutted through the sand, he might have got a cut track.
Definitely, yeah, certainly would have got a penalty there. So they stay ahead of SSF Penrite Racing, but that's disastrous right there.
It's not good, and it's. I'd like to see if we can see how that happened, unfolded again for us.
And
there was a
already
bump.
been shoved out a little bit there.
So Tregarthen sort of unsettled.
Oh, and again!
Oh,
And another!
there's an invoice, and have that to pay. Okay, I'm hearing a penalty, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah, it looks like he's had a bump and locked the rears, and yeah, that's an unfortunate incident.
I know, it's so tricky to go around the outside at that corner. You kind of have to accept that's going to happen sometimes. Obviously, you shouldn't. Oh, well, here we are. Car number 7 redressed to car number 15. So that is Kobe Jones then giving the place back to. Where is the. Oh, sorry, that's 15.
Yeah,
That car place back to 7. Yep. So.
That's happened. Yep.
Great livery on the ANZ car. Certainly one of my favourites out on circuit. Just looks mean. I think the Ford as well. It's a little bit better with the grille.
The green definitely sets it off. Love green wheels. Any car I've ever driven has always had some green on it, so it's definitely a winner in my books. As we see that car get back by each other.
Yeah, it's skating across the grass there. Was SSF Penrite, so ANZ get back past then. So that was all a little bit of a waste of time. That whole debacle because yeah, now they do make that move, and they've just lost out to the places in front of them. It's the probably the biggest battle out on the circuit at the moment in terms of sheer number of cars. I've got a couple of other type ones out there though. Stephen Barger and Jordan Caruso. Also got Jordan Ross actually, I think, just gaining a place past Brenton Hobson. And we've also got this battle for 4th place. Andrew Gilliam jumping into the clutches of DPR Racing. Did Gilliam make a mistake? Because DPR were quite far behind before, and I'm seeing equal pit stop times for them. And that last lap for Gilliam was really strong. He got a 43.97, so he made a mistake a few laps ago.
And that was going to be my question. Since when does Andrew Gillingham make mistakes? He's normally pretty flawless in his driving, so that's a rare thing to happen for him. Just got a replay coming up. It looks like it's happened at turn 1.
Or was this him getting back
Andrew
past
Dyson?
Briggs?
Is Dyson a lap car in that one? No, Briggs, sorry, my mistake.
So he's lost the place to Briggs there, and then he's re-overtaken Briggs. So that's a bit strange for them. Maybe they got undercut? Because they did pit a lap later. Not quite sure. But they're back up into 4th place now. They are 26 seconds off the lead, so they're not a whole lot further back off the lead than they were before the pit stops. That they were about 20 seconds behind before. Now they're 26 seconds behind. Gilliam losing touch. They will be right back into play if we get a safety car, which you would probably say is probably going to happen.
That's a Norrie prediction coming true if we get another one.
Oh please, another 2 and an absolute genius, clearly. So Jordan Ross still fighting his way back up through the order after an incident he had earlier on, trying to get past DPR Racing.
It just looked a bit tricky coming out of the Riatsu there, if I've misnamed that one. Riviazza. Oh, we have a safety car.
Oh, okay. Well, that's foreshadowing. Foreshadowing? Curse? I don't know. But right now, I mean, that is an applaud for you for getting and absolute disappointment from Scott Neaton. I mean, we've got a new commentator here who I guess has been watching a few rounds of the championship, but Scott Neaton's been around on this series for the entire season, and he predicted 2. Well, that's not right, was it? And
no,
now we are correct. I mean, hopefully we'll get another one after this, and my prediction of 4 will be true.
No, I'm good with 3. No,
keep it like this, thanks.
yeah, this is great. We can finish now.
And the checkered flag is out. And
it's just a shame we can't do that from the commentary box. We gotta let race control run the race.
Yeah, well, I mean, some series we do have admin controls. In fact, I do actually have admin controls. Oh wow, okay. I'm a bit intimidated now. Can I call the checkered flag? I could disqualify everyone. That would pretty much end it. Anyway, back to the race.
It definitely spices the battle up because it puts Sam Sutton back behind Falls and Olnabi, and that's going to be an interesting battle to watch as have all our racing restarts have been. I'll put my teeth back in, that'll help.
And look at Pursuit Sim Racing, DPR Racing, Premier Racing Team, DPR Racing, Astro Gaming, Bad Life Choices, Pursuit Sim Racing. The majority of the teams have come into the pits, but the top 3 have stayed out. So, I said that this race might come towards Pursuit Sim Racing, and dare I say, I think it might do. It depends how much fuel they take. But thinking about this, surely... So we were talking before, weren't we, about how close it was between 1 more stop to the end of the race or 2 more stops to the end of the race. So this will mean that the drivers who have just come into the pits will have 1 more stop to go. I think El Nabi will have 2 more stops to go. So doesn't this put the drivers who have just come into the pits at a massive advantage here?
I remember when Forza Nabi was driving for Trick Sim Sports, and he was a gun fuel saver back in the day. So I don't reckon it's all over and out for those guys who didn't pit, but I do reckon that they're going to be pressured now by everyone who did just come into the pit, because that is a bold strategy to stay out, and they must be very sure of their fuel numbers.
Andrew Gilliam is top of the drivers then who has come into the pit. There is Pursuit Sim Racing. They took 13 seconds of fuel. So I'm now back on a full tank, and I think absolutely bombing it around this lap, just in case the front runners decide to pit on this lap. He wants to make sure that he gets ahead of them if they do come into the pit. So there is the pit strategy then. And I guess it hasn't come up yet because we haven't completed a lap. But Gilliam has pitted since that last pit stop you see from him. So only a 6-lap stint there. Didn't take tyres. I don't think he took tyres at least. 13 seconds stationary. I think it's about 14 seconds to take tyres in this car. So maybe he took tyres and it was just particularly quick. And then DPR Racing remained behind him. And they stayed ahead of the likes of Varga and Jones in 8th and 9th, Macron Esports and ANZ Motorsports, who decided not to come into the pit. So I think this has turned out perfectly for Pursuit Sim Racing, as the safety car apparently will be in on this lap.
Also interested to see how Kobe Jones and ANZ Motorsport come out of this. They're up in 9th, and I believe they took that pit stop. So if I've got that right.
They didn't take the pit stop.
They didn't. Okay. So I've got that wrong. So just ignore me for a minute.
At least you can admit when you're wrong. That's a good quality. So of course, if you want to check out who's pitted, who's not pitted, do click on the link in the description, because it has live timing. So you have live timing, and then it says what lap everyone pitted on. It says how long they were stationed for, which indicates whether they took tyres and fuel. It shows how many pit stops they've made. It's so useful in a situation like this. So you certainly do click on the link provided by SDK Gaming, and it will give you a real insight to what's going on. Marco Namella, tyres and fuel comes in the same time, so they will always take tyres. Yeah, I guess that's the case. But it will still, isn't 13 seconds quite quick on tyres?
Not always will they take tyres. I grant you in an enduro they will, like a lot of the time take tyres, but not always will you take tyres. Sometimes it is just easier to take the fuel. So whilst in the theory of V8 supercars, or in the theory of the AOSC supercars, you can take fuel and tyres at the same time, not always the way to go.
I guess in this situation with these restarts, still got. I wonder if we could get the track map up, because there'll be a few stragglers who are just catching up to the back of the train. There you are, 24, 36. That is that's DPR Racing and Fastlane Esports, because they're going to have warm tyres when they come up to the back of these guys. So watch out for them. Although they have now already.
That isn't 40th being a real struggle. That's our safety car returning to pit lane. So
yeah, and 40th takes the lead. There is United Sim Sports though. Now, remember last time where Harley Haber left it? Oh, you know what? It was Haber last time, wasn't it? Well, let's see if El Nabi uses the same strategy as his teammate. You left it really late until he put his foot down, or would he go for a Scott and put his foot down here? He's put his foot down early. That's good. That's good to see, because that's going to reduce incidents further back. So Forza El Nabi restarts this race. That was the 3rd pace car of this race, and it sure has turned things on its head. But for now, United Sim Sports lead the way. Sam Sutson with One Performance Racing in 2nd place. Then it's GIM Enduro, Zuba Racing Team, and GIM Gone Rogue Motorsports. Where are Pursuit Sim Racing? They have got a lot of traffic to pass, and they've got to get past this traffic quick, whilst making sure DPR Racing stay behind them. These are the top 2 teams who have made an extra pit stop. And at the moment for Gilliam, he's not making any progress. This is a proper 4-position move, I guess, on the 41 car, whereas the 19 car is a lap down, and these are crucial sections that they are currently losing for these two teams, but they are slowly making their way up through now. And then it's ANZ Motorsports and Premier Racing Team. Premier Racing Team, the 3rd place team who have made an extra stop. So they should be very strong as well, currently running in 10th place.
They're doing a fantastic job in 10th.
By the way, everyone from 13th place down to 24th place have all made an extra pit stop as well. So they've all made that extra pit stop at the last pit stop, the last safety car. Sorry. So that's all for position. That's a lot of contact. You could hear it. I don't think we could see it, but that is the 92 car losing out a bit. Also, Sean Linsell with a bit of a slow run, a little bit further down. Ooh, as the 27 gets a little bit cut off the United Sim Sports car. And Joshua Thomas dropping down the order, now going to be overtaken by the KRF driver's seat team.
That's the best thing about a safety car restart, is the angry pack it creates, and every driver who thinks, I can make this move now, as there's a bit of bumping going up the main straight. It'll be interesting to see who yields here, if it's KRF the driver's seat or if it's the Fishy Motorsport car. They both take a corner each. KRF prevail through that one.
With the advantage on Fishy Motorsports. All these teams are pitted then, so no advantage on tyres or anything, but that seemed quite simple for them. Jordan Ross. This could be very good for that last pit stop for him, because it's going back with the leaders. We know how quick that Synergy Sim Racing team is, but they just haven't had the opportunity with so many setbacks. But for once, it seems to be going better for them. Hobson also moves past Midsdale then, so 4 couple of corners for DPR Racing, good couple of corners for Synergy Sim Racing. Both teams gain a place. Vincent Hobson there, not fixing the rear wing at his last pit stop. Maybe that he's run out of past repairs, or maybe he's got that since the we did see a lot of hitting, didn't we, down this corner last time, so maybe he lost it back then. But that's not going to help his speed too much, I imagine. This whole pack stretching from Tom Freer in 12th place for Pursuit Sim Racing, all the way back to Nathan Tregarthen in 22nd. Here is Tom Freer. So actually, he's in the midst of this. Is Freer? He's onto the back of. He's in amongst these back markers then. So this isn't for poor position. He's just trying to lap these few drivers.
So that's going to make it really awkward for Tom. He's got to get right around them quickly, cleanly, and they won't like him getting past, but he's definitely going to have the speed to get through it and get around them. And this is Sam McKnight in the 027, defending from KRF at driver's seat, Sean Thompson. There's some nudging going on in the back of that pack. Adam Zeitinger in the 553 Live Productions Esports car.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for all these guys to shuffle out. You'd expect them to be in pace order, to be honest, but instead there's a few drivers really dropping down and a few drivers really gaining plenty of places. I think we'll step away from this for a moment, go to the race lead. Forsen El Nabi for United Sim Sports, still leading the way, 1.8 seconds ahead of One Performance Racing. And then it's another 3 seconds back. GRM Enduro actually struggling at the start of this stint. I wonder if Damien Johnston is just struggling in comparison to his teammate, who's in 3rd place at the moment, and on that last lap lost a 1.5 seconds to Forsen El Nabi. Drive through penalty. love driving penalties. Hobson in the car number 18. Hobson's driving pretty high up at the moment. For that was for Stints Sim Racing, of course. Recently moved up to 14th place, I believe. He was kind of going through with his teammates, and yet 35 incidents. And once again, this is early in the race, and I think this is going to be a fate suffered by many other teams later on in the event.
And this is one of the other thing about the endurance strategy. You've got to make sure that you're there at the end, and some of you're there at the end means you don't get a 35 incident penalty. So you've got to make sure you got two drivers who want to keep it in the track limits, because the penalty can knock you out of the game, and that's really going to upset your race.
Remember that these drivers are also fighting for the Clean Driver Award, currently being led in the championship by Jamie McKnight. I believe it's just a case of who can get the most cleanest races. So you get a point if you have the fewest incidents of anyone. Jamie McKnight currently with 3 involved, and James Scott also with a few. No further action between the 73 and the 27 from a few laps ago. GRM being caught by ANZ, who have moved themselves back up then to 9th place. Good stint actually this for ANZ. They've done pretty well with Kobe Jones back at the wheel. Jones maybe with a slight advantage over his teammates, and as we've seen a change actually for Zuva Racing Team, they've moved ahead of GRM. That is very good for Zuva Racing Team. They're up into the podium places for the first time today, and we're going to get a replay of how it happened. Quite simple. It must have been into turn 1. The line is opened. No, they do close it. Maybe they open it marginally later. Goes to the outside, does Brett Loxton. Much more confident on the brakes, and very, very nice move. That left plenty of space for his rival. Was sideways through that corner, and this will be a very nice onboard now.
It was a nice clean move, well done, and it just takes the overtaking lane, and round he goes. Bit of a slide on the rear. That's nicely controlled there by Brett Loxton. Just moves it on through.
Brady
So
Myers
he's just out for a Friday night drive.
Sorry, I just saw Brady Myers off the circuit, and I suddenly... I'm never going to let Brady Myers live this down. I don't think anyone else is, and I don't think he is. But I thought, oh dear, has he blown his engine again? But obviously that's not the case, because he's a very good driver, but he's just made a mistake here. Actually, this is the same corner they made a mistake earlier on. Brady Myers, here he goes, just dips, it's exactly the same as it, just dips the wheel onto the grass. And personally, that is the mistake that I probably make more often than any other around this circuit. So really tricky to do, especially when you've got... certainly when you're pushing the car to the limit, as Myers I'm sure is doing so at the moment. Frustrating day for him. We did have a word from someone earlier on in the YouTube chat about how probably not too bad for James Scott this result, because this will just be one of his drop rounds, and I did say that earlier on, you know, he can go for these race wins and afford a retirement. But if Harley Haber could win this race, and say Andrew Gilliam could finish in 2nd place, or the other way round, it just gives them a little bit of hope. It would involve Scott would have to have an awful the final 3 rounds of the championship, but it's still up in the air. It could still change. Here comes Marlon McMullen. Remember, fresh tyres for him, whereas the car ahead of him doesn't have fresh tyres. I mean, that's not going to be much of an advantage. It should be remembered as well that Marlon McMullen is carrying more fuel than the GRM car of Scott O'Keefe. But he should genuinely have a pace advantage, and Premier Racing Team once again so much more competitive in the race than they were in qualifying, and they are driving very well at the moment. Looking slow. It's only a matter of time till they move up into the top 8 places.
Yeah, probably in the next corner or so, I'd say. It looks like it's going to be a move that's on pretty soon. So gets a nice dive through that complex, and then down into the corner I'm going to keep pronouncing the Riviazza. Gonna have to make a lunge if he wants to make the move, unless he's saving up for turn 1.
By the way, Premier Racing Team with one of the fewest incidents. I just remembered how I can look at the instance. I'm not sure if you can see the instance, Nori, but I can see the instance at least. And Premier University only with 8 instants. Consider how many teams we've seen get to 35. They've got 8, so really clean driving from them. And they do move past into 8th place. Now, are they going to be followed through here? Oh, that was deep. AOSC Esports involved in that battle behind with ANZ Motorsports. And I think that is Astro actually moving past ANZ, who now get overtaken by Pursuit Sim Racing as well. That's awful for ANZ, who were trying to get past Premier Racing Team just a moment ago. And now they've dropped behind a couple of teams. Tom Freer, who I swear we haven't seen this Pursuit Sim Racing team, number 2, for quite a bit of this race. Tom Freer, very competitive driver, of course, getting a podium at Belle Isle, I believe, already this season. I think this car got a podium at Barcelona as well in the last endurance meeting. No, I think it was Montreal. I think they got 3rd place, actually, did Pursuit Sim Racing team. But they're going back into it as well, have already made that extra pit stop. They're actually 4th place out of the drivers who have made 4 pit stops so far in this race. So and making that move on ANZ, it's quite important. Now got to get past Astro Gaming, AOSC Esports, who haven't made that extra pit stop.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting battle. Pursuit has sort of flown right under the radar there, and it's a move Tom won't want to make again in a hurry.
I could almost see the steward's decision popping up on the screen in preparation.
I could almost hear Tom down the coast. he won't have liked that happening.
He hasn't made that move yet, has Tom Freer?
No, he's still sitting there, still watching Bo like a hawk. So he'll want to get that move done as soon as possible.
Very close, but Pursuit Sim Racing got past GRM.
Oh, there's the dive. Oh, thought that was the dive there. Sorry.
Oh, look at this. This is GRM having to defend, or not defending. They've opened up the line, and then they get shoved off. And I wonder if the stewards will have a look at that. I don't know about that one. GRM seemingly wanting to come back onto circuit when maybe there wasn't space, and DPR move up as well. So GRM having a pretty bad stint right now. Remember, they have only made 3 pit stops. They might have 1 extra pit stop to make in comparison to many other teams to the end of the race. And Gilliam and Briggs move their way past. Gilliam and Briggs, by the way, 16 seconds off the lead. And they've pretty much got no more traffic up ahead of them. I mean,
it's a brilliant.
So,
I was just going to say it was a brilliant catch from Damien Johnston trying to get back onto the circuit, but it's a bit unfortunate how he was sort of left with no room on the exit there.
So this is a replay of it then, and pretty much from the start then. So that was off for one of the drivers ahead. Gilliam, that was pretty bold in the first place, but to be fair, that was very nicely done. Did really well to keep that so close to the apex. Now this is what Johnston will be a little bit annoyed about. Gilliam's already squeezing him on the run to the corner, but I think this is alright at the moment. He's leaving a car's width. Now Gilliam, he kind of escorts him out there. I don't know. It's so, and we see this in Formula 1 in particular, don't we? Where drivers kind of push another driver out off the circuit. But if the off circuit is not grass, is that so much of an issue? And Gilliam had his nose ahead going into the corner. So I guess it just depends what the precedent is when it comes to that.
Yeah, I hate to speak ill of Gillingham, but you sort of, you don't want to run your competitor out of road there, but then your competitor being that far behind, is he really your competitor at that point? So it's a hard call. I'm lucky I'm just in the commentary box for that one and not in the race control room, because that would be a difficult one to decipher.
I think if he had to give up that place, he'd also have to let past DPR Racing, who would become the leaders out of the 4 stoppers, which would be an important move. So keep an eye out for that decision on our screen. If it might be come up as no further action, or maybe the stewards aren't even investigating it. I don't know. But watch out for that. This is a battle between Fishing Motorsports and Middle Finger Racing at the moment. Middle Finger trying to catch and pass. I believe already a penalty for this Middle Finger Racing squad. I'm not 100% sure on that one. If it was for incidents. I try to find them now on the screen, but I
recall the 018.
Yeah, they got 45 incidents so far, so they've got to be careful that they're going to get 15 more, otherwise they're going to get another. They're going to get another penalty.
Right. Okay, so the 019 also had a spin of 11 and 12. The bus stop chicane at the top of the hill, so that won't have been helpful for their chances.
Mark Samuel on the chat asking how many incidents for the front end. Mark, you're meant to know. I mean, you've got admin rights. Why don't you look? Honestly,
I think he's trying to make the new kid work, and it's not going to happen, Mark.
Honestly, I'd have to close the overlay. Oh no, I don't really want to do that.
Yeah,
but okay, I will look at how many United Sim Sports have. They have got 20 at the moment, so they've got 15 to spare. You know what? I will actually just go through it now, and hopefully, and I swear, if something big happens, Mark, that I miss because of this. I know
I'll keep an eye on the racing.
Awesome.
I'll keep an eye on the racing, but yeah, Forza Non-Arby's just streaking out ahead. He's got as my timing just clicks over. He's got a nice gap. Oh, Mark Newington. Sorry, I missed that. Mark Newington going up against Rob Bowden in the Tank SRT car. And riding on board with him now. Mark Newton in the Middle Finger Racing, Holden Commodore. There's that battle up ahead between Rob Bowden. Oh. 41? Oh, those cars are a bit out of sequence there. Yeah, 41's a laps car there, so a bit out of sequence. Alright. No, so my mistake. Newton's out of sequence in that one, so
incidents then.
Yep.
By request. So the front runners then. I don't know if we could just flick through the front runners actually. It'd be quite easy to go through it in that case. So on Nabi then, for United Sim Sports, 20 incidents. One Performance Racing have 19. Zuva Racing have 15. Pursuit Sim Racing have 13. DPR Racing have 23. GRM Enduro have 18. Premier Racing Team have 9. Mac 1 Esports Yellow have 15. And Astro Gaming Altus Esports have 28. So I think we'll leave it at that. And then the other drivers who are quite close are, so it looks like it's only a matter of time until KF the driver's seat get a penalty. Also Fishy Motorsports, SSF Penrite Racing, KF Penske Racing Shocks, Tanked SRT, Middle Finger Racing 17, and Bow Repairs are all pretty close. Astro Gaming Altus Esports as well, with Bo Albert at the wheel. Yeah, 28 like we already said, so they could be in a bit of trouble. Unfortunately, that is information we can't give you. That's not information that iRacing discloses which we can use on the live timing, which is a little bit of a shame, if they'd be very useful. Yeah, so that's a little bit around that. So pretty much the front runners, as we kind of expect, doing a really good job, aren't they, Nori, at keeping within the white lines, and that's what we come to expect from these drivers. So experienced that they're not going to fall for that penalty.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to note as you go through that list that the further down the field you go, we see a bit of a battle here between Darren Lobb at DPR Racing and was that Scotty Gamble? 199s.
That was Jamie Dyke there in the 74.
I believe Jamie Dyke is the leader of the AOSC Wolf Cup for the second split. So there's an interesting stat for you.
Oh, as Scott Gamble for EIT 26 has a spin through the first part of Rivatsa and drops a couple of places due to maybe only lost maybe lost 3 places, I think, because of that, and a little bit of time as well. As Adam Briggs is off the track for DPR Racing 1. Oh, and this could be another safety car. Oh dear.
No, it couldn't be. Couldn't be. He'll just have to rock that car on the starter motor back to the pits.
Yeah. Well, here it is. So he's cut the chicane. Has he somehow hit the wall from here?
I don't know. No, we're going for a safety car, so it looks like you're right, Sam.
Oh, I'm applauding myself.
You're about the only one. That's brilliantly called. But yeah, that's he hasn't done that. I'm lost. And that's now going to throw another curveball because we have our leaders pitting. So United, One Performance, Mover and Pursuit have all come in, as has GRM Enduro. This has now changed the game. Now it probably is a 2-stopper.
So...
Or a 1-stopper.
Why have some of the teams come into the pits? So, who stayed out last time? So, Pursuit Sim Racing stayed out, didn't they? And we also had... who else was it? It was...
Pursuit's got a shorter fill if they just do fuel.
Yeah. But I thought they would stay out, because I think even if they did stay out, they'd only have one more stop to go. They'd have to get to lap 110. And they last pitted on lap 84. Someone on the chat who would like to enlighten me about that. I want to know, why haven't the teams who pitted under the last pace car, why haven't they just stayed out safety car? Because they could just, they'd still only have one more stop to go and they'd gain track position, surely. But maybe I'm missing something.
Maybe they're taking a free kick, because sometimes if all the leaders are pitting and they're pitting too, they could have a shorter fuel, they could get out ahead, which I don't think they've done. It looks like they've stayed pretty much where they were. I'm a bit lost as to why they would have taken that stop. I'm a bit with you, Sam. I would have stayed out and taken the track position. That's going to win your races. It's not going to be strategy.
Because my maths isn't brilliant, but they pit on lap 82, so 28 lap stint, because we had the safety car. So that can get you to lap 110. And then we're expecting about 132. I guess it would be close, wouldn't it? Then they'd have to do... Yeah,
it's going to be marginal, yeah.
They would have had to have done 30 or 31 laps. They would have had to have done 30 or 31 laps on those stints, and that is 3 or 4 laps longer than normal. Obviously, the pace car would significantly help on that mission, but a couple of teams have tried it. So Stephen Varga is now the race leader for Mach 1 Esports Yellow. He didn't even come in on the last pace car. He came in 2 pace cars ago. He came in on the second pace car of the race. Also, we've had United Sim Sports and DPR Racing, who both pitted on the last pace car, who have decided to stay out. Also, Marco Nomella saying they'd only gained 3 places and they would be on worn tyres. I guess that's a good point as well. So I guess it just wasn't worth it. I think if that other pace car was in a bit later, as actually United Sim Sports think, oh geez, guys, we've made a mistake here. I'm going to come back into the pits, and they've come into the pits. Oh, sorry, that's their back markers. Apologies. That might be Adam Briggs, I think.
So I think
No,
we're
that's
getting
John.
a bit of a cleanse of the pack here.
Yeah, John Lathan has come into the pits for Middle Finger Racing, and Ali in the other Middle Finger Racing team as well. Also, oh no, maybe not. A couple of them came into the pits. At least there is one of the other Middle Finger Racing teams. I think Clark, he did come into the pits previously. He's now trying to catch up to the back of the order. Teams on the lead lap. Then who is on the lead lap? We have everyone down to 24th place. Ooh, I've just spotted James Scott, and I don't know how he's done this, James. He's back on the lead lap. How has he done that?
Yep, that's it's a brilliant question.
Again, anyone who can enlighten, I guess he just had a good pit stop strategy. But he was a lap and a half behind. Then you have the pace car, so he's 1 lap behind. Maybe I don't know. I do not know.
You've got to remember with that one that James and Brady are both quick, so they are fast drivers. But yeah, even I thought they lost a lap or 2 out of that safety car that they accidentally deployed. So yep.
So apparently he got a wave round. I didn't even realize he had wave rounds because so far we've seen all the traffic kind of in amongst the front runners, haven't we? So strange that wave rounds.
Brenton O'Brien and Mark Newmiller in the chat have corrected us. He got a wave round and he pitted 1 lap later than everyone else. So that clears it up. Thanks, guys. I didn't see how that happened.
That does make sense. Yep. Okay. So at the start of this safety car, I think. So at the start of the safety car, El Nabi straight away came into the pits along with all the front runners. Scott was behind them at that point. They came into the pits. He got past them and therefore was within a lap. And therefore managed to catch up to the back of the chain and then proceeded to come into the pits. But because everyone else was on the pace car, he didn't fall back behind the lap because everyone was going so slowly. There you go. So thank you for the hints. I feel like Sherlock Holmes right there. Back on Esports Yellow then. Have the race lead. And where did James Scott caught up to the back of these guys? So Altus, watch out for Altus. They are going to be really strong. We have got about 35 laps left of this race. We've got 55 minutes to go. It is absolutely raced by. Hopefully you've been enjoying it. And we're going to have a fantastic finish to this race. Mac 1 Esports Yellow leading the Jamie McKnight with United Sim Sports in 2nd. But the real race leaders are United Sim Sports in 4th. We are back underway for racing to start lap number 100 in the Acuta AOSC Super Series and round 13 of the championship from Imola. And that was a nice start from Varga there, pulled a little bit of a gap. A few back markers, of course, involved in the traffic, so you can just see the United Sim Sports liveried car in 4th place, maybe 6th in the train, I believe. Now, can United Sim Sports in the 2nd place get past right now? If they can, that would be really useful for. But I don't think they have. Oh, skating across the grass there. Was that the car number 9? I think that was one of the back markers, to be fair. So it shouldn't make too much of a difference for the leading order. Pursuit Sim Racing have got past their SSF Penrite Racing. So they're up into 6th place overall. But the real order will be then United Sim Sports, One Performance Racing, Pursuit Sim Racing, then Suva Racing, then Premier Racing Team, then Pursuit Sim Racing again. Drive the penalty for Schuler, the car number 42. That's for 60 incidents. And if you get 80, I believe you get disqualified. So that's going to be tight to the end of the race. I don't think they will reach 80, but That's losing them a lot of time. That cost bad time to get it as well. On the pit stop, on the safety car restart. NZ Motorsports might be overtaken here by Fishy Motorsports. Half a chance into this one. Henry King has been pretty quick in this race. I'm surprised he hasn't been able to pull away further so far. He did start this lap ahead of these guys. Just hasn't been able to pull away so far in the car in the 14th place car. Did come into the pits during the last pit stop, as did everyone else around him. And he's going to have to go defensive. Doesn't go defensive enough though. And Fishy Motorsports sticking the car down the inside into turn 1. And that is a good move. Coming back though, around the outside, the move wasn't quite on. And there's a spin up in the back, and that was the Altus Esports car of James Scott, I believe, getting involved in that incident. So that is a little bit of a setback for Scott, and he needs to hope that he doesn't have any damage. But he is up into 23rd place, a top 10 for Scott, and for Logitech G Altus Esports, despite a blown engine earlier on in the race, still looking for.
Yeah, it looks like they can make a few gains in position and get up the field a bit. I'm interested to see how much further up the field they're going to track. Wouldn't be hard to see them placing probably inside the top 10 at this stage.
Yeah, I think that's very possible for you. You can never underestimate those guys. So dare I say even top 3. We've underestimated a few teams so far this season. Lead is back when Esports Yellow. They've done really well to stay in the lead. They're lapping in the 44s at the moment. Jamie McKnight's in 2nd place, but El Nabi will soon be passed. He's got to be passed soon though, because one performance with Sam Sutton now back at the wheel. Remember how quick Sutton was earlier on in the race. He wants to get past, but United Motorsports working well there, and I wonder if they'll use Jamie McKnight as a little bit as a block now for the other teams behind them, just to help out their teammates. So we go through the Tamburello for the 102nd time, and El Nabi will be past Varga, I think, very, very soon. I think even as soon as the hairpin might be a good opportunity for him. No allegiances, I think Varga will have to any of these teams. He does defend though. Oh, well done to Steven Varga. I mean, I don't think it's really... Oh, as there's contact behind. And that was that McKnight and Sutton getting into one another? I think that was Sutton perhaps hitting McKnight, and they're still battling. Taliancic getting involved in that one. Meanwhile, El Nabi still can't get the move done to move up into the lead, but they are still pulling away massively from these other guys. And Sutton is thinking, get out of my way, because I'm losing time to the race leaders. And McKnight is thinking, well, so be it, because I'm helping out my teammate right now. Further up, El Nabi again trying to go to the outside, and oh, he'll be infuriated by this, will Sutton. Because if he wasn't being held up by McKnight, he'd be all over the back of the new race leader, but instead, he's 2 seconds behind at the moment as El Nabi goes for the move, and United Motorsports are back into the lead of this race. Meanwhile, though, McKnight is, Sutton's got to get past McKnight straight away, but that is a good run through the second part of Acuta.
Yeah, it's a fantastic move for Sam Sutton. Getting up on the back of Jamie McKnight is, I wonder if he's going to go for the pass.
Yeah, here we go. Just about enough space there. Slides it in, and he is passed. So McKnight can hold him up for so long, but not long enough. And here comes Taliancic as well. He's going to take advantage of this. Apologies, this is Gilliam in the car. I've also got an incident further back involving Jordan Ross, Bo Albert, and Jack Boyd. It's all happening down at the Tamburello. And those 3 drivers, I wonder how significant their damage is. They're about to get a play of it. Here we are. So Boyd has gone into the back there of the Altus car. He spins back out onto circuit and hits Boyd, and, well, you couldn't write it. Of course, Sean Ross gets involved in that. I mean, this was a movie script. of Jordan Ross. You think, oh, that's not realistic. This amount of bad luck couldn't happen to a team or a driver, and yet it has been the case. And Ross once again moving himself back up into the top 10, but loses out, and there is a penalty for Hobson. Not for this incident, but for an incident back on lap 100. Meanwhile, Logitech G out of C spots, then one then gets spun round, the other moving up. James Scott up into the top 15 now. How far is he off the lead? He's only 20 seconds off the lead. I mean, honestly, I honestly think he might be in for a podium here, Scott. If we get another safety car, I think another safety car will be necessary, which would take it up to 5. So we can't have another competition one. But we could have a necessary one if Joe has to tow back to the pits, and he will very soon be onto the back of the Joes ahead, because we've got Zietlinger. I don't think we've seen Zietlinger so far. Garthen and Caruso and Ross all involved in this one, and I think that is Caruso moving ahead then. Apologies, Zietlinger is a little bit further ahead. Yeah, Chigarthan and Scott's already got past Ross then. So that's a big move for Altitude up into 14th place. And SSF Penrite I don't think will be too difficult to overtake either. To the outside they go. Do a little bit of smoke from a car ahead. And that was very easy. A lot more grip seemingly in that car. And the Holden is up into 13th place now.
And there's a drive-through for car 033 Jack Boyd causing a collision, so that's unfortunate for the DRM car.
Yeah, that was the instance I think we saw down at Tamburello a couple of laps ago.
Yeah.
So who is next up then for Scott? He's got ERT 20. I imagine this will be quite satisfying if he can overtake this particular car. And it's still going on as well behind. Ross trying to get par. Is that? Oh, so we've got a change for 3rd place. Pursuit Sim. Oh, and there's a spin as well. Apologies. All going on now. SSF Penrite Racing dropping round. Chigar. No. He's came into the pits a while ago, and he might need to come into the pits very soon as well. But meanwhile, there was a move for Gilliam. Apologies, no, in the end it didn't turn out to be a move. It looked as though Gilliam for Pursuit Sim Racing was going to get past One Performance Racing. But in the end he couldn't quite, and they've both since got past Stephen Varga. So I think it's going to be how it all happened. This is all a bit crazy here. So Gilliam, did he at all get ahead at any point? He's almost trying to go through the middle here. A little bit of glitching out as well for Varga. And that was how that's all sorted out. It sorted itself out. So Sam Sutton for One Performance ahead of Pursuit Sim Racing then still in 2nd and 3rd positions, and Varga with those old tyres down to 4th, although you will have to come into the pit space soon. United Sim Sport still leading the way, 4.5 seconds clear of the rest of the order that built up. A nice gap by getting through the order nice and quick, getting through the traffic quick, and plenty ahead now. As Varga comes into the pits then, and that was going to happen. Chigarthan, well, he's just been hit off seemingly, and now he's got an penalty for 35 incidents. But I mean, that is it isn't his team's fault, because you need to leave a few to spare in case you do get a 4X. And Chigarthan then into the pits for a drive-through penalty that will drop him a long way back outside the top 12.
That's just adding insult to injury for those guys. They won't have appreciated that, I'm sure.
care for the driver's seat under pressure from GRM now. In 16th and 17th, GRM around the outside. We've seen this move at the hairpin work many times so far today, because it really tightens up the exit for the driver on the inside and compromises their exit. However, Haas on that occasion had enough. Alberts has got a penalty, and we kind of saw that just at the rear of this train, or third in this train at least. Astro Gaming Altus Esports has been involved in an incident a few laps ago as well, which just ticks him over the limit, and he's going to have to come into the pits for a drive-through penalty. Expect more of these to come as the race goes on. We've got 42 minutes left of this race. The lap time, well, yeah, I'll do some calculations on my calculator and see how many more laps we've got remaining.
Yeah, there's just under an hour remaining, so
if it's completely clean laps, by my calculations, we will have 25 more laps including this one. So we'll have 24 more after this, which would mean we will finish on lap 131, I think, because of the amount of safety car. If we had fewer safety cars, 2 safety cars, which is the fewest you can have, I think it'd be a little bit better right now, but instead we're going to have, we've had 4 of them, and so it slowed down the order. So yeah, we should have 131 or 132 laps. So if you pit in now, you will get to the end of the race. Yeah, you will get to the end of the race, I think. Yeah, we've got 25 more laps to go.
So you can pit now and make it home, and that's going to advantage some of the other guys who haven't stopped. But I think everyone took that last stop at the safety cars, so they're all pretty much running to the flag now.
As this was the change then for P2, so we're very close a few times already, and finally the 777 car moves up into second place. And that was, I think Sutton had a whole lot of questioning that one, but Sutton's a consistent driver. A third place for One Performance Racing would be a really good result, would be their first podium of the season. Dare I say, is this their first race of the season? Maybe being renamed, or a couple of drivers from another team forming, as Jamie McKnight and Tom Freer, United Sim Sports and Pursuit Sim Racing, both come into the pits.
So they're going to cash in their chips. They're going to try and fill up and make it home with that final 27 laps. Not even 20.
Yeah, 24 laps, I think, now. It's hard. Honestly, I absolutely love this series for having an amount of laps. But when there's a time limit, it just makes it confusing. Of course, there are plenty of apps that these drivers undoubtedly will be using to help them out with the fuel strategy, as this is the battle for 7th place. And losing out right there was Live Production Esports, who have done really well to move themselves back up into the top 10 after dropping out of the top 10 earlier on. And now we've got Logitech G Altus Esports up into 8th place. They are 23 seconds off the lead. They are 16 seconds off the podium. You'd expect Scott to stay in that car to the end of the race, seeing that he seems to have a pace advantage over his teammates. And I think he'll be past Fishy Motorsports, who are doing very well themselves as well. In 6th place, up 15 places, is Josh Thomas. However, I believe Thomas might be quite close to picking up a drive-through penalty for off-track. Yeah, he's on 30 incidents, so he needs to watch out for that.
Didn't we say James has got to be back towards the in the top 10? So that's a fantastic recovery from them.
Hasn't quite got the run out of Rivazza that I thought he would do. Switching will help him out. Not the biggest switching effect in this car, but his rival's already opening the line. Not quite close enough then, so has to stay behind. And these few seconds that he's perhaps losing, just sitting behind his rival, is going to discourage him, or going to compromises chances of catching up to the others later on. By the way, the battles, by the way, all of a sudden there's very few of them out there. This is actually the closest battle we've got. I haven't really got any packs of teams out there, which is a little bit of a shame. But I'm sure it will renew later on as we see the track temperature down to 32 degrees. It's decreased by 10 degrees from the start of the race.
Yeah, a little bit colder, but still very warm out there. So it's still burning those rubber tires and making life pretty hard for them. We see Ian Bird in 22nd in the Mach 1 Esports Yellow. They're currently tracking 3.4 behind Tyler Bowen in the DPR Racing 3 car. So a bit of work to go for Ian to get further up the field.
Astro Gaming AOSC Esports in the pits. Jordan Ross also coming into the pits now. This is Ross's 6th pit stop. How's he done? So I think he's pitted under every safety car apart from the first one, Ross. Yeah, so six pit stops for him. But this will be the last, and I'm sure he'll be. Oh no, this is 7th. My goodness, Jordan, come on, you got an addiction, mate. Stop coming into the pits, CNG Sim Racing. They're in 14th place, but this will be it for them, like I said. 7 pits, well, that is mad. By the way, we've got James Scott out there for ERT with 3. I'm not sure if that included when he towed back to the pits, to be fair. But like the race leaders on 4, so 7 is particularly high, a couple higher than most others. So the battle between the 2 leaders now. So finally, of course, Gilliam is 3 in 2nd place. United Sim Sports 6.7 seconds ahead, and El Nabi on that last lap was 0.4 of a second faster. So don't think that graph shows us exactly what's going on. There we go, that graph does though, and you can see the gap is increasing. Just seems to have that pace advantage on. So
he's definitely pulling a bit of ground out over Gillingham there. So yeah,
he seemed to just have a pace advantage over everyone, even dare I say Harley Haber. It's always tricky to compare because often we see these drivers change at every pit stop, and so we only kind of can compare certain pairs of drivers. But I mean, whenever El Nabi's been in the car, it's been a good time for United Sim Sports. He's done an awesome job, as he has done for the most of the season, and it looks as though United Sim Sports are on their way to a double race victory. But if anyone saw Barcelona, you know how quickly things can change. We had a pace car in that, some penalties for drivers with speeding in the pit lane, and it completely turned the race on its head. And I would not bet against that occurring once again. So that could all change in the remaining 22 laps of this race.
As we see a car fire off the side of the field, one of the fishy motorsport cars, I'm going to say.
Yeah, Delaney.
It's just, I can see what's happened here. He's just fallen off the edge of the road.
Yep.
It's just the way you come into that corner. There's a lot of, it invites you to carry a lot of speed. And unfortunately, when you do fall off, it's the grass on the left just wants to invite you out to that sandpit. And nobody can say no.
And of course the grass is so slippery now with these new generation tyres. I think the grass is probably decently realistic, maybe a little bit too slippery, but the gravel I think needs a little bit of work from iRacing. Needs to kind of dig into the cars a little bit more. I'd love it if you could get beached in the car. Can you get beached in these supercars at all in real life?
Oh, in real life you can.
Yeah.
I've never beached a supercar in iRacing, but that would be that would add the simulation. That would add to the simulation somewhat because it can definitely happen, and it's happened not quite a number of times, particularly at Sandown. That's got a nice tricky corner that we call Dandenong Road, and people who run off there all the time get beached every day.
Got Bosun, the next driver to reach the 35 incidents. So that is the car number 10. It's got instant 24th place for Tanked SRT. So James got into the pits then for Altus Esports. He pulled off an incredible pit stop earlier on in the race for his first pit stop and came out in completely clear air. I don't know if that was luck or judgment. This time he has come out in a bit of traffic, so he's behind Henry King in 16th. That is the ANZ Motorsports car, who pitted relatively recently actually to King. I don't think he's going to quite get to the end of the race, but he's not going to be far off. There goes Scott then round the outside, and a bit more grip with those marginally fresher tyres. He's up into 16th, and now he does actually have 7 seconds to the next car. This could work. Oh, that's now coming back again, and Scott was not expecting that. Has to leave room for his rival. That could have been a lot worse if Scott didn't see him in his mirrors. Zuba Racing Team now coming into the pit. So we're starting to see these pit stops kick off, and well, it makes sense to come in now because we've only got 20 laps of this race remaining.
This is an option for them to short fuel and fresh tyres and give it a fair lob, because they're going to need to throw everything they can before this race is done. Like you say, only 20 odd laps remaining, so they've got to sort themselves out pretty quickly.
Yeah, maybe even 19 more laps. Yeah, so it'll be close when the front runners cross the line. Yeah, between 18 and 21 laps, we'll say, which is a massive area, but still. Jordan Caruso for ERT, he moves up into 3rd place now with all these pit stops going on. This is a replay of something that happened to Caruso. And this was the overtake he made to move up past Josh Thomas in the Fisher Motorsports car, moving up into the podium places now. Is the ERT 26, but that will probably change later on when when everyone else comes into the pits, because we've still got we've already had Sam Stutson for One Performance and Pursuit Sim Racing with Tom Freer at the wheel, both coming into the pits already.
Also had a comment from Harley Haber on the YouTube chat that beaching a supercar isn't fun. Please, iRacing, don't add it. So. So there you have it, iRacing. If you add it, Harley will not be a happy camper.
Maybe just add it for single seaters. I don't know. I think it's an important part of motorsport where if you go off the circuit and you end up in a tire in a gravel trap, you shouldn't just be able to walk away from it. Also, if you could get some gravel in like the air ducts, that would be quite cool. Or in the grill.
That would be. That would be cool.
Heat the engine perhaps, or maybe just make it a little bit more. I mean, they don't really simulate the overheating of the engine, I think. I mean, you could damage the car and then 12 hours later get an engine blow up because of it, but it's not modelled particularly accurately. I'd like to see that, and maybe brake wear as well. That would be all quite nice for things for iRacing to add.
Yeah, at least they've got the double downshift sorted.
Well, judging by earlier on.
Sorry, Brady.
United Sim Sports into the pits from the race lead. Forza El Nabi. Will he hand the car over to Harley Haber? We think he will do. Usually they do one stint each. And El Nabi has been in that car for, well, even more than a stint. About 40 laps, I think, as El Nabi. Now it comes to a halt. takes tyres, he is staying in that car seemingly. I'm not seeing a change here.
I'm not ready to call it yet.
No, well, he's already back going. That was a short stop. 14 seconds. Took tyres, and that was about it. El Nabi staying in the car then. I guess the driver change would have cost them more time than the pit stop was long, so they couldn't afford to lose those few tenths. So this is tough on El Nabi to do, what, 50 odd laps to finish off the race.
Sometimes you gotta draw the short straw, and you gotta be the driver that does the work at the end of the day. So yeah.
I hope we could back with the Weetabix fellas. I'm not familiar. Who are the Weetabix fellas?
I think no, there's Weet-Bix, just the Weet-Bix cereal, and he's calling us the fellas. So.
Oh, okay.
Good on you, Harley. Enjoy your Weet-Bix, and how many a day do you do?
It's cool. Do all you Australians have cereal at this time of the night?
Yeah, don't you?
You see, I'm not sure if you're being serious or not right now, because you Australians, you're a weird bunch. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't be surprised if you eat cereal and then have a cooked roast for breakfast at 7 in the morning.
I've never had a cooked roast for breakfast, but I've definitely had cereal for dinner.
Really? Okay, people from around the world, whether you're American, European, or Australian, or Asian, or African, let us know on the chat. How many times have you eaten or is it regular to eat cereal at night? I've never done that personally. I mean, Scott Neaton's saying he doesn't, but
it's an Australian thing. We're so laid back. We just don't care when breakfast comes.
oh, dear me. Well, I've learned something today. Can't lie that these videos aren't educational. So, Brett Loxton and Tom Freer are quite close to one another. I believe Loxton... You made that move, Loxton? Freer, at the start of this lap, was in 8th place. So yeah, Freer's lost that place. Brett Loxton passed the Ziva Racing team, who have a little bit of an up and down. Loxton, I think, a little bit faster than his teammate. But now that he's back in the car, they're moving forwards again. The 209 could be one of their best results of the season for Ziva, who have barely made a mistake so far.
So yeah, Brett Loxton and Thomas Hinds have had a great run to end up where they are. It's 4 positions up from their starting spot, so that's an alright game.
Marlon McMullen in 10th place currently. He's being hounded by Gretton Hobson in 11th for Stingy Sim Racing.
Looks like he had a slight lock-up going into that corner there.
By the way, just to, well, Nabi's just set the fastest lap of the race, 41.97. That is about 3 seconds faster, maybe not 3 seconds, but 2 seconds faster than we were lapping earlier on in the race. That's the cooler track temperatures and the more rubbed in line. David Baxter, I swear he got that a while ago. Maybe that was a separate penalty he got, but I swear I've seen Baxter's name come up
yep,
already today.
Would be right. I think it might have been something else for that previous penalty, but I have seen David Baxter there before, so you are right.
So the leaders proper. So we're currently in a situation, if you've just tuned in, you missed a good race. 4 safety cars. Lots of chopping and changing. G to them. But
4 great restarts.
pretty entertaining on all the restarts. And then, so we've kind of got the situation where some drivers are leaving it a little bit longer till they come into the pits, and some drivers have already come into the pits. ERT 26 are now coming into the pits. So the drivers who have come into the pits are United Sim Sports, and then we've also got Pursuit Sim Racing, One Performance Racing, Zuba Racing Team, Pursuit Sim Racing, and Premier Racing Team. Those will be the top guys. Also, Logitech G Altus Esports currently running in 12th place. I think that will turn into 7th or 8th once the pit stops are sorted out. Still got a few more drivers.
By Zeiting there at Razvion?
It was, yeah, that was the second place. Zeiting still yet to come into the pits though.
So he's just got to close down that 7 seconds until he regains the lead.
He's 7 seconds as well ahead of Andrew Gilliam. Would it be nice to see El Nabi versus Gilliam with them properly being close to one another after the pace car? As we saw it was about 4 seconds between them by the time that Gilliam got through all the traffic that El Nabi had been able to open up. I mean, I guess El Nabi still got the advantage because the gap is currently at 6.6, but it would have been close between the two of them. I mean, it's still decently close anyway. But Gilliam trying to really push him as hard as possible. El Nabi or Gilliam with 1 lap fresher tyres at least for Pursuit Sim Racing, which will turn into second place in a little while. Fishing Motorsports then, so they came in on lap 97. They should be able to go to lap, well, if they want to, they could go to lap 124. But that would perhaps be a little bit excessively long. And you'd think that you'd want some fresh tyres before then.
Especially if you're going to be in that last little battle. You want fresh tyres, you want, probably not fresh shield, but you want good tyres underneath the car to battle if you're in that pack.
And they certainly will have that when they eventually come into the pits. Cold Weetabix at night for the win. Or Rob Carmichael. Rob. I know. I'm not convinced, Rob. I mean, May wants talked to some people. Also, cold Weetabix. Do you have warm Weetabix? Why is there why are you dividing that between warm and cold? Does people put Weetabix in the oven, or do you put soup in Weetabix?
You can put some milk with them and maybe heat them up in the microwave.
Right, the plot thickens. Where's
so did the Weetabix.
Yeah.
Welcome to the iRacing Esports Network, folks. We're talking about Weetabix recipes.
Marco Nomella, when I was a student, seemingly wanting some Weetabix. And Jonathan MF Racing, so Mrs. says I'm lazy, I say I'm practical. I assume that was referring to Weetabix. So
I'd want to hope so.
This has moved back close to one as to Ian Bird is at the front of this pack. Then we've got Jack Boyd, who had a spin since the last pit stop. He also had a drive-through penalty, I think, did Boyd for GRM. Remember, we're running up as high as 3rd place earlier on. And really could have had a chance at a podium, but they are moving themselves back up. The 41 car, I think, will go with them of Synergy Sim Racing, and also going through there. Oh, that's a disastrous couple of corners there for Mach 1. Synergy also go through up into the top 20. Reaper Sim Racing, the next car behind. Disqualification for Baxter. Oh no, he was not ignoring the stewards. He got a penalty for exceeding the instant limit, and he has been disqualified for ignoring stewards. I imagine that's something to do with, often drivers with running VR can't see the messages that pop up. However, you can't do that because he hasn't served the penalty. So unfortunately for him and his team, back to the pits.
That's why you need your teammate to be an excellent spotter, and you need to be able to be on those messages as they come through. It's unfortunate for them because they were doing all right tonight. So it would have been nice if they got the finish. It's a bit unfortunate to be robbed probably less than 10 laps from the end.
So, apologies to keep going back to this, but now there's talk of A2 milk. What's A2 milk? I mean, do you have the blue top, the green top, and the red top?
No, mate, nah.
Oh,
no,
okay.
No. We've got 15,000 different varieties of milk. There's the comment from Rob Carmichael that he just wants milk that tastes like real milk. I mean, I think that's what we all want.
I think that's one saying that could unite the world. Safe to say.
I think there are quite too many milk offerings at the moment. So yeah, maybe if we cut down on some of them, we'll get some issues that are wrong with the world right with the world.
So I just go for the blue top one, full fat milk. It tastes the best. I don't really know the difference between all the milks. I don't think there's a whole lot of choice in the UK, to be honest.
I have to send you a list, mate.
Yeah.
Your mind will be blown.
Well, maybe I can. You know those wine tasting evenings. Maybe I could book myself into a milk tasting evening.
I think we might need to
like.
I think we might need to be calling the Indianapolis 500 if we're tasting milk.
Well, exactly. Yes. I'm sure there's a few Indy winners who will be experts on the matter. Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, what was that score?
Aha,
Oh, right.
Yeah, May 16th, Indy 500. Let us know if you are taking part in that. I might do that. I've never done it before. I will crash.
We might get you that milk tasting experience.
I might. I mean, I assume if you win in iRacing, any split, if you don't go and get yourself a carton of milk, then you haven't really won, have you?
Nope.
So this battle for 5th place, Zuva Racing. Tom Frears actually stayed pretty close then. So remember, Zuva got past Pursuit about 10 laps ago, and I was really surprised at the time that that change happened. But now it seems like Pursuit have actually got the edge again. One Performance Racing are 5 seconds further up the road. Sam Sutton in that car, not gaining are these guys at the moment on Sutton. So I think there's going to be a whole lot of change on that front. Are they being caught, these drivers? They've got Premier Racing Team behind them in 7th, who are being caught at the moment by ERT26 of Jordan Caruso. In fact, we might have to go back to that battle because this is really close. James Scott as well for Logitech G Altus Esports catching up to these drivers. Should just point out as well, ERT26 with much fresher tyres, 6 up fresher tyres, and maybe that was the advantage that they needed. Ahead to do that have been Jordan Caruso, a team that we haven't seen a whole lot of today in the ERT26, but they come on strong late on, and they're up into 7th place, and they've got a small chance. I mean, it's going to have to be some phenomenal lap times, but they've got a small chance of catching up to 5th and 6th now.
Yeah, it was a good move by Caruso there on McMullen, and yeah, he was cleanly around the outside.
I think McMullen will probably suffer the same fate to Scott in a bit. McMullen's got pretty old tyres, came into the pits a little bit early to get the undercut. I think that was the right strategy to do, to be honest, to even out those last 2 stints of the race, but now it's going to probably suffer him a little bit more. Ben Anthony, how is the 88 in 8th place when they blew up the motor? So they tow back to the pits, and I think when you tow back to the pits normally from the position that they were, they'd normally be 2 laps down. However, because it was under safety car, everyone was going so slow that they only dropped 1 lap down. So they were 1.5 laps down. Then they were very quick and got pretty close to the front runners. Then there was a safety car. The front runners came into the pits. They stayed out, got themselves back onto the lead lap, then proceeded to pit anyway, but remained on the lead lap, and have just been charging along ever since. That was under a safety car, so then not only were they on the lead lap, they were about 10 seconds off the lead, but of course down in 24th place, and then have just been picking up the places ever since. So it's been a phenomenal drive from them, particularly James Scott. It's been really impressive in these last couple of stints, and they've been able to recover a lot of points back up into 9th place now.
Same as the ERT car in 6. It was a safety car strategy.
I didn't realise the T26 was a lap down, but there you are. Maybe that's why we didn't see them a whole lot earlier on.
Brenton O'Brien posted that in the YouTube chat for us, so that was thanks, Brendan. Appreciate your insights.
United Sim Sports nearly into the lead then. Could be a change of position here, and Fishy Motorsports aren't going to have any sort of defence, much older tyres of course. And there goes United Sim Sports back up into the lead here in the Acuta AOSC Super Series. Were very strong of course at, well, I think they got a podium at Spa, and they got a podium at Daytona. Then they were so close to winning out at Montreal, I mean so close. Just got beaten by James Scott and his team, and then of course managed to finally win out at Barcelona with a little bit of luck, and a little bit of luck has come into this one as well, because they weren't being beaten fair and square by Logitech G Altus Esports earlier on. But it's very tricky to tell what would have happened if it weren't for that, because while Scott I think has been the fastest driver today, I think El Nabi and Haber have been the most consistently fast lineup, and certainly driven a perfect race to move up into the lead now. Fishy Motorsports with Joshua Thomas should come into the pits, I think, on this lap.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he will. Looks as though once Forzen got through into the lead, that was that strategy over and out for the Fishy squad.
They have got 33 incidents now, have Fishy Motorsport. I'm a bit concerned for them.
That's not something you want in the closing. So there we go, pitting now. So that unfortunately is their, I wouldn't say their day done, but that extraordinary run they were having, not quite so extraordinary anymore.
I reckon they will come out between... It'll be a short pit stop, won't they? They'll only be stationed for a bit. Should be around Marlon McMullen, I think, for Premier Racing Team. And if that is the case, that would be phenomenal. No, actually, they're going to be behind McMullen, I think.
I was going to say, you can't call that many things right, Nicole. That's just... that's insider knowledge.
Geordie Sinney getting back into the car. So he'll be taking that to the finish. They're absolutely miles behind Premier Racing Team. I've ruined it. I got one so close early on. Look at that, they're not even close. Oh, no, they've got a penalty. Well, it must have been a penalty because they've been stationed for 31 seconds. That's 15 seconds longer than what you'd expect. 15 seconds and a bit. I mean, 20 seconds longer than what you'd expect. What a shame. What a shame for Jordan Stinney and that team, but must have just overcooked the pit entry, I can only imagine. Got themselves a 15-second stop go, and they've come back out in 11th place, very much by themselves. They may have been behind Jordan Ross in 10th place anyway, but instead it's going to be quite a lonely race, I think, for them to finish in 11th. They are ahead of Henry King and co. King in the ANZ car, as I think just behind them was that DPR losing a couple of places, just being shoved out a bit through the Tamburello. Driver change is 25 seconds. Aha! Thank you to Marco Namella for that insight.
Marco's been on a lot of the call tonight. I wonder if he wants a pit reporter's position. That's a fantastic insight. Thanks, Marco.
The problem is, if we did that, we'd have to actually pay him. Well, that's what he's doing at the moment. It's so called voluntarily. So don't even open that can of worms.
Right. No, I'll retract that. I only just got this job.
Yeah. Yep, that's all. It was no penalty, no conspiracy, Jamie. I mean, Jamie weren't saying any conspiracy, so that's a bit don't want to put my tin hats on or anything, but that's a little bit suspicious for you to explicitly say no conspiracy. So, Pursuit Sim Racing anyway, 2 tenths of a second behind Zuva Racing. This is the battle for 4.
Is this where Tom makes the move? Is this where he... Oh, I thought he was going to dive there.
Oh, that's a good run for him. Pursuit Sim Racing always have really good tyre wear. The second place car's got good tyre wear as well. Maybe not quite so evident today, but in previous rounds it's certainly been the case. Certainly Montreal, they really came up a lot stronger. As the stint goes on, as here he goes down the inside into Aqua Minerale, and they make contact door to door, and they make more contact, and Freya goes off the circuit. Can he keep it out of the gravel? Yes, he can, so he loses barely any time. And the stewards will have to look at that, but I think Freya will take matters into his own hands here as they go into the chicane. Driving penalty, by the way, for Harris, the number 92 car. That is Rob Harris actually on the lead lap as well in 19th place. KF, the driver's seat, are going to lose out a few places because of that. But Freya will be infuriated by that one. I'm not quite sure whose fault that was. They felt like they both could have given some more room.
Yeah, no, that's not on from either driver. This is a bit to blame for both of them there. I'm sure neither of them will admit it, but yeah. I think Freya won't be happy, and Loxton won't think that he did anything wrong. So, if racing control isn't having a look, I'd say race on. But yeah, that's an interesting one. That one.
Freya certainly seems to have more of a pace advantage now than he did earlier on. They lost over a second to Caruso on that last lap. I mean, to be fair, they did go off the circuit, so I doubt they'll continue losing that amount of time. That's 30 degrees track temperature now. It's 12 degrees cooler than it was earlier on in the race. Only 1 degree cooler air temperature, but I don't think that'll make too much of a difference. And 6 o'clock in the evening, and this Imola circuit looks even more picturesque in such a setting. But Freya up second behind now, nowhere near as close as he was on the last lap. We've got about 4 more laps to go after this one, as KF, the driver's seat, do serve their drive-through penalty now, by the way.
Alright, yep, seen that.
Premier Racing Team have been caught by Logitech G AOSC Esports. Not to be a pessimist when it comes to their chances, but I don't think they're going to be able to keep them behind for too long. This is big for Logitech. If Logitech G AOSC Esports got past now, they might be able to catch and pass ERT26. But I don't think that would happen, to be fair. Scott with a mid 43 on that last lap, Caruso with a high 43. You need about a second a lap to catch and pass by the end of the race. So this is probably just a straight battle. Premier Racing Team, hopefully they'll put up a fight, because well, they may as well. There's no one else behind them who are going to catch them by the end of the race, so they can afford a couple of clashes and still remain in that 7th or 8th battle.
Considering we almost called James Scott and Brady Myers out, or we almost called them off when they had their incident, it's amazing to see the resurgence they've come back through. Obviously picking the right safety car strategy. It's now a full-on dice for the final 4 to 5 odd laps remaining. So James is going to be all over Marlon in the next couple of corners. Probably this one.
Yeah, here we go.
There we go.
And McMullen, just as we saw earlier on when ERT went for the same move, giving a very wide berth and not biting it too much. So Premier Racing Team dropped down to 8th. I mean, this would be another top 10 for them. They've really been able to rake in the points. McMullen and who's McMullen's teammates? It's his Borg, of course. Apologies, Brian. But these guys have really scored their best results in the team race so far, rather than the individual races. Both definitely racers rather than qualifiers. And also, they've got very few incidents still, I am sure. So they have currently got 9 incidents. Get this, so, alright, I didn't even realise they were this far ahead. So, McMullen and Borg, then, have got 9 incidents. How many incidents do you think the next lowest have got?
9, did you say?
9 for Premier Racing Team. Yep. How many have the next lowest score?
I want to call that 13.
13. All right. 20. 20. That is how far ahead Premier Racing Team are in that category. They got half the amount of incidents as the next lowest, who are running at least, obviously. So terrific job from these guys, and I swear they haven't picked up. I think they picked up one incident in the last 2 hours.
Is Marlon in the running for the Clean Driver Award?
Well, after this, I think he will be. I think he's got a couple of wins so far.
I think I saw I think I saw that he was in the running for that. So that goes to show how clean their driving has been if they've only got 9 incidents tonight.
So
him and Brian together.
McKnight's on 3, Vaughan's on 2, and McMullen and Borg are on 2. So they would be on joint highest with Jamie McKnight if it ended like this.
Wow.
And they get $30 for that. Sponsored by Knight Rider Designs, by the way. Also, we have the Motum Simulations Pole Position Award. James Scott leading that one with 5, I think, after today, Andrew Gilliam with 2, and everyone else with 1.
That Michael Whiting giving Craig Anspach a bit of a... Or is that Craig Anspach giving Michael Whiting a bit of a run for his money?
Well, it's Whiting, he's going to have to come from behind the Tamburelli if he's going to take this 27th place, and that is what he does. Big slide as well for the car behind. That is a back marker or driver coming through to lap them.
Looks to be Aston Hurley. I may be wrong there, but that's the 019.
Yeah, I think so.
And then, he's not getting out of the way of the... Is that the 717?
Oh, that's Tom Freer, I think.
That's Freer.
And Freer is off the circuit, so he was catching up to Loxton. Is Freer going to lose a place? That is Caruso. And Caruso... No, is that Caruso? No, it wasn't Caruso. It's alright. Their liveries look the same. They're both quite white, blue. But that wasn't Caruso then moving past. That was another car. So Caruso remains behind there for EOT. And I wonder if there's going to be a penalty given for that, because I think that was Freer's fault. I think that was the back marker just being a little bit too stubborn.
That was the back marker not really aware of what's going on.
Final lap then for the race leader, United Simsport. Oh, as Pursuit Simulators have gone off again! And ERT! What's happened here? What's going on?
So, is there more to be told?
So a little bit squared off there was Freer, and what a disastrous couple of last lap for him, or last couple of laps for him, with the back markers, and he's dropped back 2 places. What a shame for Tom Freer. He's driven so well throughout the event, and that was for a 10-second slower lap time with those 2 spins. Jordan Ross has also just got past Cummings, I think. By the way, Caruso is really on the edge in terms of incidents. So just keep an eye out on Caruso. He's now on 34 incidences, Caruso. So he might get a penalty if he picks up another one on this last lap. But out in the lead, Forzen El Nabi, him and Harley Haber put together an awesome run. They were beaten by James Scott earlier on, and just when the Altus Esports car blew up, they were catching. Who knows who would have won anyway. But they have made no mistakes, and it's going to be back-to-back endurance race wins in the Acuta AOSC Super Series. Forzen El Nabi, Harley Haber, United Simsports win at Imola. Round 13 of the championship comes to them, and that is their 2nd race victory, and it's another exceptional endurance drive. Pursuit Sim Racing get another podium. They get in 2nd place. Gilliam didn't have the pace to track down El Nabi, and Sam Sutton for 1.4, so it's going to be their first podium. in the championship. They were overtaken by Gilliam in the last stint, but they won't care. Third place is still a terrific effort. ERT and PRT are quite close for the battle for 6th place. We might have to go back to that one. Also, United Sim Sports with the car change. A lot of changes on this final lap has really ignited this race. McMullen isn't going to get Caruso though. Caruso finishes in 6th place. By the way, James Scott then finishes in 5th place for Logitech G Altus Esports. Needed a bit of luck with the ERT and the Pursuit car losing out in the closing stages, but still 5th place after a blown engine. Incredible recovery from those guys. Zeitinger trying to overtake Fishy Motorsports right at the end. Is there a move possible? He's glitching in and out. He doesn't know where to go, Zeitinger. And the run to the line is very long. I don't think it's going to be long enough though. Fishy Motorsports should hang on for a very good 11th. Live Production Esports as well, finishing in 12th. GRM Enduro, after running in the top 3 at points in the race, they behind those guys in 13th, and the rest of the Orza then will come through for you. Top 19 drivers finishing on the lead lap then today. So another great drive then, I guess, from El Nabi and Haber. I mean, it's difficult in these 4-hour races to not make any mistakes, but there never seemed to be any sign of mistake. I think that was what's incredible. They had such a confidence aura around them, and they won out comfortably in the end.
Absolutely, they were the only car running with James Scott and Brady Myers in the beginning of the race, and they were literally it wasn't a Bradbury. They won it because they actually won it, but they definitely went and won that one today.
I'm so pleased that I understand that reference to Bradbury, the greatest sporting triumph of all time, lest we not forget 2002 Salt Lake City. No, absolutely epic. So the race results then from this round 13 of the championship. Then the 5th enduro of the season. We've only got one more enduro. We've only got 3 more rounds to go. But for this round, it is United Sim Sports who win out. 9 seconds clear of Pursuit Sim Racing. One Performance Racing were in 3rd place. Then it was Zuba Racing, Logitech G Altus Esports, ERT26, Premier Racing Team, Pursuit Sim Racing, Synergy Sim Racing, and United Sim Sports. Then outside the top 10 was Fishy Motorsports, Live Production Esports, GRM Enduro, DPR Racing, Bad Life Choices Racing, Synergy Sim Racing, GRM Gone Rogue Motorsports, DPR Racing in 18th, and then in 19th it was Back One Esports Yellow, who were the last drivers on the lead lap. ANZ Motorsports, despite running up in the top 10 at times, finished quite a distance back in 20th. There was Viper Sim Racing, Astro Gaming, Altus Esports, they were up in the top 10. I mean, they really could have fought for a top 5 today. But a few things went against them. Then there was KRF, the drive suit, with a late penalty, I believe, which cost them quite bad. DPR Racing, SSF Penrite Racing, Fastlane Esports, Tanks SRT, and Middle Finger Racing in 28. Then it was Fishy Motorsports, Middle Finger Racing, Fishy Motorsports 08, Middle Finger Racing 17, PRA 37, Fastlane Esports 2, KRF Penske Racing Shots New Zealand, EXG Motorsports White, Bow Repairs RRT 031, High Torque Racing. You can see the Acuta safety car. He was not a contender, but did do many laps, 4 safety car periods. KF Motorsports, EXG Motorsports Red, Blue Hawk Racing, JPSS Drive Sim 88, BRM Simsport, and KF the Racing Depot. 131 laps down. A few of those teams didn't start the race, which was a bit strange. Don't know what that was about. But there you go. So, interviews then for the drivers. Who we can have? Well, there's only one man who we can have a chat with, to be honest. First, Harley Haber, who is in the comms box with us now. Congratulations, Harley, for another race win for you guys. I mean, in those early stages, James Scott was ever so quick. I mean, what was your thoughts? How were you rating your chances of beating those guys at that point in the race?
Yeah, thanks, boys. It was one of those things that was a little bit unexpected. I guess we rocked up. We've been really quite busy with a lot of other series and cars and tracks and things like that. So we've came into this, I guess, race night with little preparation. We haven't had much time to get the car together. We haven't done any practice really, other than half an hour. To be honest with you, I didn't talk to Forza until 10 minutes before the race. So I came into this with not much of an expectation. But look, in true class, everyone has their place in our team, and everyone does a really good job. So Forza obviously qualified the car. That's one of his strengths, right up the front of the field, and that was good. But then, obviously I jumped in the car for that first stint, and I was pretty much waving to James as he drove off in the distance. So if you asked me at that time, yeah, it was pretty much time to park it up and settle for second. But happy to get the win in the end.
Absolutely. Were there any tricky strategy calls as the race went on? I mean, there were 4 pace cars. I mean, the first one was a bit pointless anyway because it was on lap 1. But you, particularly on the 3rd pace car, you went against what many of the others teams didn't do. So you didn't come into the pits, whereas many others did. What was the thinking behind that? And do you think you got the strategy perfect today?
Yeah, look, I think any time that you win a race, I think you've got to go back and say that you've done it right. If we had our time again, would we have pitted that time? Probably. Although in hindsight, we had to, by staying out that time, it meant that Altus would remain a lap down at least for that section of the race. So, look. Chris Rad, he does all the strategy. Obviously, Forza was driving in the car at the end, and I was just kind of sitting back watching. And I was in a YouTube chat a little bit at the end there. But look, I think we got it right. And obviously, our results showed that one, even if it wasn't completely on outright pace.
So I think you mentioned it a little bit there, but was that part of your strategy decision then to try to keep Logitech a lap down, just so that they weren't away later on in the race? Was that part of your thinking?
Yeah, I think if you look back at it now, mate, if we'd pitted on that 3rd one, they would have got their lap back, and then they would have had the safety car on the 4th one, and they would have been right up there with us. So, like I said, when you look back at it, it's pretty easy to say, oh, should we have done that? Should we have done this? But ultimately, what we done worked to get us the result that we got tonight, and I think we can look back and say that as a whole, we done the right thing.
Absolutely. So we've got 3 rounds of the championship to go. Any goals for you guys? I mean, you're kind of still in the championship hunt, but I mean, if you could get the race win at Bathurst as well, I mean, that would be incredible. I mean, if you could get 3 consecutive race wins, you've finished on the podium pretty much every endurance race of the season. I mean, these endurance have been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, we've had a really good showing this year. Me and Forza have really clicked with our partnership in just driving the car, and obviously I think really towards the end of the year now, our goal is really focused on the enduro rounds. We're pretty much out of it for the overall championship, but I'd still like to get second in that. However, we would like to obviously win what we've still mathematically got a chance at winning, which is the enduro stuff. So Bathurst, I'm really strong there. It's a track that I love, and I've always been fast there. So definitely looking forward to that. It'll be hard to beat me at the Mount.
Forza has won the 1000 there too, so you got a strong teammate for that one.
Yeah, so I think we should have that covered.
Awesome. Well, best of luck for that one, Harley, and best of luck as well for the next couple of sprint rounds as well. Before we say goodbye, is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, mate. Obviously, sponsorship-wise on the car as a team, obviously it takes a little bit of support to get that going. So, obviously, I'd like to thank Valvoline, Too Easy Finance, West End Mazda, and Parramatta Isuzu Ute. So those guys have done a great job to be on the car, and obviously, helped us get a win tonight. The other one, obviously, the Wheat Bix Chat as well, mate. So 3, Norrie, is the answer. I do 3 tonight, mate. And that was for dessert, not dinner.
Well done, mate.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having a chat with us, Harley, and best luck next week.
Cheers.
So, next up, I think we're going to have a chat with the guys from Pursuit Racing. Norrie, would you like to take this one?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Just about up.
G'day, Andrew Gillingham and Michael Teleangic. It's P2 tonight. How was your run?
Yeah, I think it was a very cruisy run in the last couple stints when all the or after the last safety car, it was a very cruisy run home. Forsen had the pace, and then we had the jump with a faster pit stop than third, so cruisy run home. But the rest of the race was pretty action packed.
Because you left Mike in the car for a long time in that middle stint. I thought it was a bold strategy, but it ended up paying out for you. So it was an excellent call by the looks of it.
I don't think it really would have made much difference in the end. We were just trying to get the fuel advantage. You knew the likelihood of another safety car was probably pretty high, so we were just hoping to have that little bit extra fuel if we wanted to stay out there and not go in for the pit stops. But yeah, when we went in for one of those last safety cars, we thought we were really in the race, but yeah, another one came and sort of changed that.
Sort of threw a curveball in at the end, didn't it? So, any sponsors you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Track Breaks, MXTV, and 6 Gear Imagery for all their support.
Fantastic. Sam, any more questions for you?
No. Awesome. Thanks, guys, for having a chat with us, and yeah, see you next week.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the broadcast.
Awesome. So that was a Pursuit Sim Racing, Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliancic. Finally, we're going to have a chat with one performance racing driver, Sam Sutton. You managed to get a podium today. Sam, congratulations. I mean, how competitive were you expecting to be? You qualified in 5th place, but for much of that race, you were, in 2nd place. At one point, you were fighting for the lead. It must have been great fun.
Yeah, it was good. It was kind of good considering Barcelona at 650. We weren't that competitive after the tyre change, but we've made some gains with the setup last couple of weeks, and we qualified probably not where we should have been. I just put a lap in, and we sat where we were on the grid. We were up the front half, which is what we wanted. Sized up who was around us and figured with Brad in the car we could get up to 3rd or 2nd. It helped that Brady launched the motor on the 088, and it gave us a good run at Harley. I think Brad was a bit surprised by his pace there, but as the race went on, we sort of lost the balance as the track cooled down, and Andrew ended up getting past us, and we put in a bit too much fuel at the stop there. So, all in all, not too bad to come away with 3rd.
Definitely. And how have you found this Imola circuit? I mean, this is quite a unique race to have an endurance. We've had some kind of big circuits, Daytona and Barcelona, and a couple of other Spa, of course, so far this season. This circuit a little bit more closed up, a lot more lapping of drivers as well. How did you find it?
Yeah, I don't mind Imola itself in the supercar. I think it's a good racetrack for the car. Got a nice mix of high-speed corners, medium-speed corners, and some long braking zones. I feel like the traffic, just because we all condense, all the drivers into 40 cars, so there's really 80 drivers out there. Probably not the caliber you'd expect to see in a normal top split race. Some of those lap cars are a bit questionable in how they drive, but overall, it just keeps you on your toes, really, towards the end of
that. I would say, as the season's gone on, I mean, particularly your performance, I think it was at Bel Air you really should have got a podium, and you had some really good results besides that as well. Would you say you've improved as the season's gone on?
I think I've just got more comfortable with the car. Knowing what worked with the setup, it changed a fair bit going from the old car where I was pretty quick to this car, and we've sort of found a nice balance with the team now with what works for the car, and we're just sort of running with that at the moment, and it's worked everywhere else so far, so we're just going to keep.
So next up, we've got Lime Rock. It's back to the sprint rounds. How have you driven the V8? I guess you probably have driven the V8 cars around that place. Maybe not this generation, but the old generation at least. What are you expecting from that one? What stands out from that track towards you right now?
I think the extra aero on the new car is going to make it more interesting. The old car, it wasn't as fun. We didn't have enough aero to really throw it at the corner. I think with the more wing we've got, the more downforce, it's going to be quite a fun race. It's going to be probably hard to pass. I think you'll hit a wall at about half a second behind the car and probably see a few lobs into turn 1.
Well, congratulations today, Sam. And before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
just like to give thanks to all the guys with OPR, Brad for the drive tonight, and HM as well.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having a chat with us, Sam. And yeah, best of luck for next week.
Cheers, guys.
I think I'm just getting some late race news that the 88 might get a time penalty, or an equivalent penalty, for exceeding driver minimum laps.
Yeah, so that was the Logitech G Altus Esports car. So they did 088. If I auto it by number, that would help. They did. Myers did 43 laps. Scott did 88. I'm not quite sure what the rules are on that one, but it's doing over double the amount of laps as Brady Myers did. So maybe that was
Yeah.
too much, and have been seemingly disqualified according to Vincent, but not totally confirmed. But this does seem to be the case, which would be problematic for Scott. Would mean that he would have pretty much 2 0 scores as his drop rounds, which would mean he'd have to be very clean for the final 3 rounds of the championship to make sure that he did secure that title win. But still looking very good for him going into the final 3 rounds of the championship. Next week, we head to Lime Rock Park, the new version, of course. I mean, that's going to be a crazy race. I'm really looking forward to that one. It's a very narrow circuit, not easy to overtake usually either. But, and also it's mega short as well, so I think the strategy will be really interesting. Coming into the pits early might work for you, but it might put you out into a lot of traffic. It might put you a lap down potentially with the shortness of the track. Overtaking is going to be troublesome, so qualifying is going to be important, but it's always great fun whenever you visit that place.
Lime Rock's a staple of iRacing, and it's fantastic to visit there in any car, but the V8's definitely out of complex over the hill and around the back of the circuit down the hill as well, so it's going to be fun.
It sure is. So, the sponsors we should give a shout out to for making this series possible. I mean, literally, without these guys, the series would be nothing like what it is. So, Acuta Solutions, who provide rigging hardware and safety equipment. Next Level Racing, working on racing and flight cockpits, and Bitsy Racewear, providing custom sim and real racing gear. You can have your own designs on them, it's very cool. Mason Simulations, who have VR racing centres across Australia, from Western Australia to East Coast as well. Night Rider Designs, creating personal liveries for drivers and teams. Wolf Graphics, providing personalised stickers and signs. Blacklock Media, who will be doing the race highlight photos. You can check them out on the Acuta AOSC Facebook page, and Race Management Service for helping out with the live race control. And of course, thanks to all the stewards as well for doing the live race control and setting up this fantastic series. Thanks to all the drivers for making it such an entertaining race, and thanks for you for tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed it. That 4 hours, unlike any other 4-hour race we've had so far this season, absolutely flew by. Went really quick. Was fantastic fun. Hopefully you'll join us back again then for next week. That will be round 14 of the championship from Lime Rock, like we've already discussed. Should be a really tight battle out there. Can Scott redeem himself? Are we going to see Haber take another race victory? Are we going to see Gilliam get himself back into the championship hunt? Should be a fantastic one. Certainly do catch it there. Of course, on the iRacing Esports Network, there's plenty more stuff coming up today, I'm sure. Certainly do check out the World GT Championship, which will be on tomorrow night for Europeans. And we've also got the, Monday night for Europeans. We've also got the Aussie Mixed and Fixed GT Championship, which will be myself bringing you the action there. That will be on Sunday evening for you Aussies, Sunday morning for Europeans. So certainly do check that out on the iRacing Esports Network. And also, if you wouldn't mind, please do check out Apex Racing TV as well, where we do many more broadcasts. But for now, from me, from Matt, from Scott, we will say goodbye, and we will see you next time.